All right, everybody. It is a broadcast of the Everyday Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. I keep hearing over and over again that there's blame on both sides. Sounds to me like you have derelict brothers who don't want to accept responsibility, and they always want to give the father a pass. They always want to give the black man a pass. We can't give the black woman anything. She doesn't get any pass. She doesn't get any excuse. Nothing. All she gets is hell to pay, and she gets their ass to kiss, but she never gets a pass. But I'm here to ask a question. Who said the black man should get a pass? And why is it that it's the mother's fault when you abandon her and the children? Why do you get a pass? We're going to talk about that tonight. It's Gangsta Talk coming up right now. Hey, drop that buster. All right, all right. What's going on, everybody? It is Gangster Talk. I am the Black Knight, aka the notorious Gangster Simp. All right, we got some technical issues. All right, we seem to have a problem with the sound. Dame. All right, can
I'll
everybody hear
straight.
me? Okay, what happened?
There was an add-on to that.
Yeah, okay, you got to make sure you cut those things off. All right, anyway, give me a sound check while you're at it. Am I coming through?
You coming through fine.
All right, you should go on mute, okay? So we don't have no more outbursts,
All right.
okay?
Okay.
All right, anyway, welcome to Gangsta Talk. I am Max Black, the notorious gangster simp. You know, lately, matter of fact, I want to get right into it. Dane, drop the gangster link right away, okay? I'm not playing any games. The gloves are off tonight. You want to come up here, challenge me? It's open right now. Okay, you can challenge me on a topic because I'm coming for some heads tonight, and I'm game. And we're gonna do battle on this black woman blame thing. You see, I stand on the side of black women where there is no blame, and I see nothing but blame on the black man's side. But there were those of you who see nothing but blame on the black woman's side and the black side. Well, come on up here and we could bump heads. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to win. But you can come up here and try it anyway. All right. All right. You got little funky attitudes. You know, some of you like you're wearing dresses. All right. And, you just got a little funky attitude. Your attitude does not change the fact that a black woman. When one side is going to renege on responsibilities and the woman and the child, then you take away all blame.
All right. All right. So we're going to be clarifying once again that black women, single black mothers, is not to blame for everything that's going on in the black community. Uh, black men going wild and killing black women and children, walking away from their families, and that we're not giving black women a pass. Mm-hmm. So, mm-hmm. Okay, no. Uh, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, um, yeah, that we're not giving um, um, black women a pass. We're saying she's not to blame. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. Hold on, everybody. A little problem. Okay. All right. So as I was saying, sorry about that, y'all. Little technical problem. Um. Yeah. we're not saying that black women get a pass, and that she get a pass. She can't get a pass. You Negroes are trying to blame her for everything, and then trying to say just because uh we know who it squarely belongs to, it goes black men, that we
All
giving
right, all right, all right. Can you hear me now?
yes, I can hear you now.
Am I still a boy again?
You clear right now.
All right, hopefully it'll stay that way.
Okay.
All right, gangster language in the chat. You know, any of you Nagas got any smoke? Come on with it. Because we're not blaming the black woman for nothing. We're not blaming single black mothers for anything. I don't care about you blaming her because she's the one raising the boys. She's the one raising the children. Well, it's that way because you left her behind to do so. You left her in a bad position. You left her behind the eight ball. You can't sit up here and leave her behind the eight ball to where she has to take on her job and yours, and you get a pass. Y'all should have been talking about the black one don't get a pass. You don't get a pass. Why should you get a pass? You get to renege on your responsibilities, and you got the nerve to say somebody else don't get a pass? Fuck wrong with you Nagas? And then you know what kills me is you phony. You sit there talking about, well, yeah, you know the father, but you don't talk about how the father. You will mention that the father's wrong, and they go right back in some detailed negative description about what the black woman is doing, and it's long and drawn out. When it comes down to the father, you got one quick thing to say: yeah, the father. Explain to you, man. A lot of y'all wouldn't be here had it not been for your mothers. You guys are some ungrateful bastards. You know, this woman did everything she could for you. And the best you can do is come on here talking about hating her and talking about she don't get a pass because your father was a bitch ass nigga that walked out on his responsibilities. And yeah, I'm saying the word bitch tonight as it pertains to black men, not to black women. I'm using the word bitch tonight, right, in referencing black men, not black women. Your father was a bitch ass nigga who was afraid of his responsibilities. And so you want to blame the black woman for that? You want to talk about the black woman don't get it? How the fuck does that even equate to her not getting the pass? Bitch ass nigga walked out on your children and her, and she don't get a pass? What kind of logic is that? Fuck wrong with you niggas? Fuck wrong with y'all? What kind of logic is that? Fuck you niggas come from? You all frail bitch ass niggas up here complaining and bitching about women and about your mamas. You know, you're still mad because your mama kept you in a shitty diaper a little bit too long. You started smelling yourself. And now you hate your mama because you didn't like what you smelled, right? Sitting up here talking about she don't get it. You don't give it. But who the fuck are you to give anybody a pass? You don't have no goddamn authority, give anybody no goddamn pass. Nigga, you don't even count in the grand scheme of things. Fuck are you talking about? Go out and get some goddamn business and some motherfucking notoriety, right? And some goddamn respect in the world. Who you should have been talking about some. You don't give nobody a pass. Nigga, you ain't nobody to give anybody any goddamn thing. Fuck you mean you don't give somebody a pass? You ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw out. And you don't do shit. You don't produce a goddamn thing. You in last place. You're a laughing stock, an embarrassment. Talking about you don't give somebody a pass. That's like saying a motherfucking, that's like a goddamn thief calling a thief a thief. Like, who the fuck are you calling a thief? You're a thief too. Fuck you mean you don't give nobody a pass? You ain't got no authority here. You haven't done anything. You haven't established anything. You can't even get any goddamn respect from anybody. Nobody respects you. Talking about the black one. What about you, nigga? Nobody respects you. You a joke. Nobody's afraid of you. No one fears you. No one respects you. People don't take you seriously. Y'all kill me with this. I don't give a black woman the pass. Nigga, you don't have the authority to give anybody any goddamn thing. You've established nothing about yourself other than the fact that you're a damn laughing stock. It's about the only thing you've gotten. That's about the only thing you've accomplished in the grand scheme of things. And don't get me started on the other crazy shit, following guys like Brokeback Samuels. Oh, and by the way, shout out to Bro Speak. I heard your podcast. Not bad. You know, of course, I disagree with some things. One of the major things I'll say to you about the honest truth, I never said he was like Kevin Samuels. I said he was a manosphere dude. Maybe you got me mixed up with someone else. Okay. I was shitting on honest truth. No doubt about that. But I never said he was Kevin Samuels. He's not Kevin Samuels. But he is a manosphere dude. Okay? And he still is. He can act like he's an ex all he want. He's still a manosphere dude. All right? So I'm not sure where you got that from. Maybe you got the podcast mixed up, but you didn't hear me say he was Kevin Samuels. No, he's not Kevin Samuels. He's gay. I do think he's gay as hell, but no, he's not Kevin Samuels. Anyway, oh yeah, another thing, bro, speak on your podcast. You said that people should stop. People should go into relationships looking for people to be leaders and good people, or whatever. Well, I mean, that's what we do, right? Isn't that by default? I don't think that's something that you have to put out there. That's something that we do by default. I don't think anybody goes to a relationship looking for bad people. I don't think women go into relationships looking for men who they believe can't be leaders or can't be good fathers. I do believe that their heart's in the right place and they are looking for people who are good people. I just think that was something by default. I don't think you have to say to somebody, hey, you know what? Make sure when you're looking for a relationship, you're looking for a good person. I don't think you have to tell anybody that. I think that's automatic by default. But anyway, your podcast is kind of all over the place, but I pretty much get it, some of it. And you guys with your bitterness, when are you gonna stop doing that? Because it doesn't look manly. You look bad. You look weak. I don't know if you guys understand how weak you look. Or maybe you just don't care. Right? Maybe you just don't care. Maybe you've accepted the fact that you are weak. Maybe you've accepted the fact that you are a nobody. Maybe you've accepted the fact that you haven't done anything in the grand scheme of things, is that you aren't respected anywhere. Okay? Maybe you've accepted all that. I don't know. But what's funny is listening to you guys up on these podcasts talking about you holding women accountable. You don't have nothing to hold women accountable with. You have no credibility. You have to have some credibility to hold somebody accountable. That means you have to be somebody. Okay? You have to be somebody and you have to stand on the side, and you have to be standing on the side of righteousness to hold somebody accountable. I don't see that happening. I mean, when you're making videos like Pump and Dump, you can't hold nobody accountable. When you're saying things like black women's lives have no value, you can't hold anybody accountable. When you're fighting on a 9-hour, heavily populated with derelict niggas live stream, arguing and fighting tooth and nail about the age of consent laws, you want them lowered simply because you want to have sex with a girl, a black girl, as early as possible. When you're doing that on social media where everybody can see and hear you, you can't hold nobody accountable for anything. Okay? And you guys kill me. You walk around here with this embarrassing behavior, and you seem to be okay with not producing anything. And many of you are always trying to attach the brothers and sisters of yesteryear to your non-production today. You know, you try to sit up here and say, well, yeah, we built the pyramids. Yeah, we did this and we did that. We did this, we did that. Well, we didn't do shit. You niggas haven't done anything but cause misery and create a whole hell of a lot of single baby mamas. Now, I wonder what our ancestors would think about that. What would our ancestors, what would the elders and our ancestors think about how you niggas run around here and just have babies and don't take care of them and then you don't teach them anything? You see, when you go back in our history, the elder men, they were proud of their sons. They taught their sons how to be men. You guys don't do that. You guys don't do that. You know what kills me? And then you come on podcast. Okay, you come on a podcast, right? You don't teach boys how to be men. You're an absentee father. You have nothing to do with your You don't want anything to do with your responsibility. You're running from child support. Yet you come on here talking about you don't give black women a pass and you trying to hold them accountable. And you want us to believe that you shouldn't be locked up in a mental institution. Fuck is wrong with you, huh? You crazy? What kind of logic is that? What kind of bonehead logic is that? You don't have a leg to stand on, or you have no credibility, brother. You have stacked no chips, no bricks of credibility. So you telling that you're gonna hold somebody accountable is no different than a pregnant woman eating pickles and ice cream. Or, you know, no different than eating large amounts of chocolate. I mean, it's seriously. And then what kills me is when you hold her accountable, what are you going to do then? Because you don't do anything. You niggas don't do anything. So if you did hold her accountable, what next? What are you going to tell her? What's the next move? Where are you going to lead her to? What's the next movement? Since you fancy yourself as a leader and all, and you want to hold somebody accountable, after you do that, what's the next move? To kiss your ass? To do this? Now, I also heard somebody say, other races of men put the boys over the girls. No, they don't. They just simply teach their boys how to be men. They don't put them over the girls. They don't put the girls over the boys. They just simply teach their boys how to be men and teach their girls how to be women. They don't put one over the other. And the boys of other races understand what their job is. They are to provide and protect for their women and children. You will find that mentality even in non-black people. You don't want to sit up here talking about they put the boys over the girls and go, come on, man. So what you're saying, we should prioritize the boys and leave the girls behind? And those are the very people that you need to procreate with. Now, some of you guys think that I'm talking crazy when I say that the black woman don't really need you to produce a child, right? Y'all think I'm talking crazy, right? I got you. I got a show coming. I got you. I done heard all of the smart remarks. You know, I done heard you guys think I'm crazy, think I'm stupid and all that. I got you. I got you. That show's coming. I got you. Putting the receipts together on a daily basis. It's going to be a big show, too, because I really want to roll you niggas' heads down the block when I knock them off. Okay, but let's get back to that's a side note. Let's get back to this holding black women accountable and shit. Okay, let's start with this. Have you built any adequate housing for black women and children? The answer is no. So who the hell are you holding accountable? Let's start there. Have you built any places, any institutions of employment so that your woman and your children or sons and daughters can be gainfully employed? No, you haven't. So who are you holding accountable? Have you stabilized your environment? Do you have a large contingent of marriageable boys that you've raised into being upstanding men of integrity and honor and groom them to be good fathers and good husbands? Do you have a large contingent of that type of male that you raised in your community? The answer is no. So who are you holding accountable? Have you protected your community? Have you shielded your women and children from terrible outside influences such as drugs, drug dealers, pimps, pushers, rapists, child molesters? Have you patrolled your neighborhood and made the neighborhood safe like those fathers did down in Shreveport when they went around that school, the kids felt safe that the fathers were out there. Have you done that in your community? Have you made the people in your community feel safe? Answer is no. So who are you holding accountable when you have no credibility? You've done nothing. Now, before I go on, Dane, let me get a sound check. Type of one in the chat if you guys can hear me.
All right. Can hear you loud and clear.
Mm-hmm. 1 second. Gauge your chat. What's going on in the chat?
Remy's saying they don't want responsibility for making babies or using their penis to make them. Everybody but black men has to be responsible for black men. They are always the victim.
Right. Now I heard something else too, right? That the men, now this is a new one that I heard. And I give them credit because they're trying to come up with new talking points. But we don't fuck the old ones up. So here come a new one that I'm starting to hear. This new one is men haven't been taught to be independent of women. Black men haven't been taught to be independent of black women. Now I'm gonna let that marinate. Damn.
Yes.
Gauge the chat and see what they were saying. I want to hear some responses for that from that before I continue. This is the newest manosphere talking point that's being spread around by manosphere sympathizers. That black men have never been taught to be independent of the black woman. Go, Dane.
All right. Hassan just came in. Hey, Hassan.
Shout out to Hassan Burton, my brother, hard working.
Yeah.
You get the chat involved in that. I want to hear what y'all think about that before I go on that talking point. That's their newest one. And it's being pushed by manosphere sympathizers. You know, the ones that say, I ain't part of the manosphere, but I understand where they're coming from. Those type of dudes, the manosphere sympathizers. It's being pushed heavily by them.
Okay, so they're saying black men ain't
they're saying
independent
right.
of women.
Their newest talking point is that black women were taught to be independent of black men, but black men were never taught to be independent of black women. That's their newest talking point. What are they saying about it in the chat?
Everybody is just saying hello for right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, all right. I think they were being taught to be independent, but their fathers, the men in their family,
So
um, taught them to be dependent on women.
make this make sense to me, right? Everybody help me out here. Now I'm not a scholar or a so-called educated man, according to a lot of people. Okay, I don't have a college degree, so I must be stupid, and so I'm slow. So help me out here.
Mm-hmm.
Make this make sense. The marriage rate used to be 80% way back in the day,
Uh-huh.
and it was because black women couldn't get out of marriages. So they had to suffer in marriages with abuse, rape, and child molestation. And ridiculously, I'm sorry, and ridiculous infidelity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about bold infidelity.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about bold. Niggas slept with other men in the house
Huh? Wow.
while the wife was in the next room. Bold infidelity, right? So, when civil rights came about and black women got rights, and they were taught that they no longer had to suffer through those kinds of relationships, and that they can get skills, they can become educated, and they can depend on themselves, right? So they can liberate themselves from these awful and abusive marriages, right? Now, I don't have a problem with that. But these guys got a problem with that. They're saying that it's bad because she was taught to be independent of black women. They don't see it as she was taught to escape these horrible marriages with these horrible black men. They see it as a negative. She should have never got educated. She should have never became independent of the black men. She should have stayed in these horrible marriages and gotten beat to death, watched all her children get molested, and her daughters raped by the father. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
And so they're saying because the black woman went and got this education, that she is at fault because the black man was never taught to go out and get an education and was never taught to be independent of her. Make that make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We're getting some response to the question you asked about the new talking point.
Mm-hmm.
Remy says, if that is true, then who's to blame for that?
Right. Now you in a relationship, she in a relationship with you, the black man, who's being absolutely horrible to her. Okay? You're beating her up physically, and in some cases you're beating her to death. You're molesting all your daughters. You're raping your daughters. Okay? Then you're swirling, and then you're committing adultery so damn hard and bold that you're bringing a woman back to the house, kicking your woman out of the bedroom, have her go sit on the couch while you have sex with another woman in your bed when you and your wife lay. So she's enduring all of this abuse, And now you're saying it's a problem because she was taught to be independent of that. She was taught that she didn't have to be in a relationship and endure that anymore. And now you upset because you can no longer do it to her. So now you're mad because you wasn't taught to be independent of her. Make that make sense to me, Dane.
Uh-huh.
Make that
Don't
make
make
sense to me.
don't make sense. Yeah, and the women were teaching their daughters this because they were experiencing horrible marriages. Why weren't y'all teaching y'all sons? Hey, there's no time to be, looking at, chasing no women, getting tail. It's time for you to be building, getting your own property, getting your own home, and stuff like that. And then, on woman, or when the woman's trying to teach the boys how to cook or clean in the house or take care of things, y'all like, hey, don't be teaching them that. That's woman thing. That's what the woman is for. Uh-huh.
Hmm.
So he don't have to lean on the woman to cook his food, clean his clothes, clean his house, repair, sew his clothes. Y'all knock that out. That's women's work. Y'all made them dependent. Okay, Mama Rain says, if they say a woman can't teach a man, then what are they talking about?
I have no idea. Now, here's another thing I got a problem with.
Hmm.
So you're blaming her for becoming independent. And then you're saying that it's no fair. She has one up on you because you were never taught to be independent of her. Well, you didn't need to. You did whatever you wanted. You had rights. She didn't. At one point, you had rights and she didn't. And you damn sure exploited that against her. You used that to beat the hell out of her, to have your way with her, do whatever you want because there was no consequence. You treated her as bad as humanly possible. You raped her children. You forced her to have daughters that you can rape and molest. You slept with white women in her own bed, and she had no rights, nor did she have an education, and she couldn't do anything about it. So now you're mad because that has been taken away from you. So basically, what you want is to go back to the where you can brutalize her and sleep with whoever you want, and there's nothing that she can do about it. That's what you want to go back to, right? That's what you're upset about, right? That's really what this comes down to. Because you can't possibly be saying that, well, the black man wasn't taught to be independent of the black woman. Oh, I get it. Basically, what you're saying is she can cook and sew and look after the kids. And now that she done left to be independent, you ain't got nobody to look after your kids. And you ain't got nobody to cook and sew. Nigga, learn how to cook, learn how to sew, learn how to raise your own children. I'm a man. I can sew. I can cook. And if I had children, I would be raising them. So again, make this make sense. So you saying is now, okay, since you're saying that the black man was never taught to be independent of the black woman, whose fault is that? Should the black woman have taught you to be independent of her? Or should your father taught you that? Whose fault? Who are you blaming for that? So I hope somebody takes the link because I need some clarity. I want to know who you're blaming for that. This new talking point that y'all got. Okay, y'all. The newest talking point is, for those who just came in, the newest manosphere talking point. that's being spread all over the place by manosphere sympathizers. If you want to know what a manosphere sympathizer is, it's one of them guys who come in here and say, "Look, I don't agree with the manosphere, but I can understand where they're coming from." That's a manosphere sympathizer. Okay, so the newest talking point that they're spreading all over the place is this: the black woman was taught to be independent of the black man, but the black man was never taught to be independent of the black woman. That's the newest talking point. That's what we're breaking down right now. We're trying to find some way to make it make sense. Because right now it doesn't make any damn sense.
Okay.
I want to know who the hell, huh?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
A few of the ladies had some comments about that. They
Throw
said
it out there.
what I find funny from Remy, what I find funny is how a lot of black men problem stems from black men themselves. Like your beef is with your own kind, so why not go after them and stop harassing black women? Because black men are scared of each other.
I agree with that. I agree with that. They are punks. Because I'm still trying to figure out who the hell are you blaming for not teaching you how to be independent of a black woman? Are you blaming the black woman for not teaching you how to be independent of her? Well, she didn't have to teach you that. You don't want to be with her no way. You prove that every time you go out and you swirl on her. Every time you commit adultery, you tell her that you don't want to be with her. So you don't need to be taught that. You seem to be doing fine on your own. So I want to know who the hell you're blaming who didn't teach you how to be independent of the black woman. Who are you blaming for that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Mulish Star Vibe. She goes, "We were not taught to be independent. We didn't even know what that meant. We were taught just to take care of ourselves. Black men turned it into a negative, like they do everything."
And the reason why you was taught to take care of yourself because y'all was actually the ones who were holding up the 80% marriage rate, wasn't black men.
Mm-hmm.
It was the fact that black women had no rights and had nowhere to go. So they stayed married. They stayed in those horrible marriages. And I mean, those marriages were horrible. No woman should have to endure what those black women endured.
Mm-hmm.
These were terrible marriages. I mean, the man in some of these marriages, the husband or father was molesting every daughter in the house.
Mm-hmm.
It's so bad. It was so bad that a lot of the black women didn't want to have female daughters. Go figure that. Now they're talking about not having male children, but there was a time when they didn't want to have female children. They didn't want to bring any daughters into this world because they were getting molested left and right. And there was nothing that nobody can do about it because the woman had no rights. They couldn't do nothing but fight the husbands right at their own peril because he beat them to death right in front of the children. See, I could bring up a history that's so ugly and so dark about the black man. Black woman probably would never ever want to mate with you again. You understand? You ain't never loved this woman. Not all of you, some of you did, but most of you, you ain't never loved this woman. You hated this, you manipulated this woman, you abused this woman. You were disingenuous to this woman. You were never honest to this woman. You had no integrity for this woman. You had no honor. You never protected this woman. You never cared about this woman. You never loved her. And you expect for us to have some sympathy with you? What the fuck do y'all look? Are you niggas crazy? You niggas are grown ass men on podcast looking for sympathy. Are you serious? You niggas are 38, 40 years talking about, well, my mama took my bottle away and I wasn't even finished my formula. and I couldn't walk. I was in the carry on, thing, and I wanted my formula, and she put it out of my reach, and I couldn't grab it. So all I could do was cry. I thought she was a wicked old witch for that. Seriously? Yeah, I was rolling around in my stroller, and I did I went to the potty on myself. And I noticed that there was some foul odor that coming. I couldn't quite figure where it came from until I was trying to walk in my stroller and end up falling over. And then the smell hit me all in the nose. And I realized it was me. And I wanted mommy to change my diaper. And she took her time, left me in that diaper 3 days, smelling bad. I still haven't gotten over that. Even though I'm 43 years old, I still remember that smelly diaper. I mean, this is some kind of fucking comedy act, man. Are y'all trying to make us laugh? Because some of you just sound so that I can't believe some of the things I'm hearing on these podcasts. Now, the gangster link is down there for you brave souls. Now, I would like somebody to come up here. You could be a woman too. I don't argue with women, so if you come up with some big, I'm just going to pass you off to either Dame or Abby, because I don't argue with black women. Okay, so my thing is, come up here and can somebody please explain to me the blame that you keep talking about that's on both sides? I want to hear the blame on the black one. I haven't heard anything yet. And I've asked you guys, several guys, hey, what is this blame you're talking about? I haven't heard shit. Can somebody please come up here with this kind of mentality and give me some goddamn real shit about this blame?
We got a taker, but
all right.
Okay.
Let's get it on. Who is it?
All right. Oh, the taker is Arsenal. God.
Shit. Is Auntie in the chat?
I think so, yeah. I hadn't heard from her for a bit.
Auntie, can we give him Auntie, can you give him a temporary stay of execution, please? Just for me? Just this one time? Remy, please, just this one time? Remy and Auntie, can y'all please give him a temporary pass, please? Just for one time. Just for me. Just this one time, please.
Well, okay. Okay. But she wants to know, who is it?
It's Golden Showers. Please, just this one time. And I won't ask again. Because he's the only one brave enough to come over here and try to engage me on this.
Okay. He's taunting you from the private chat.
I know.
She's shaking her head. She's smacking her forehead. She says, sure.
Thank you, sweetheart. What Auntie say? I got to get it from Auntie too.
Okay, Auntie not responding. But in the meantime, he goes in the back chat. Generation Z's doing fine. I told you my nephews are doing fine dating outside.
All right, we're gonna get to that Golden Showers. Let me see if Auntie is gonna let you.
Oh wait a minute, she was cooking, so you might got a few minutes before she comes back.
Please, Auntie, just this one time.
Yeah.
Just this one time.
Yeah, she said.
He's the only one brave because he's the only one brave enough to even try to come up here. I kind of respect that.
Yeah. Okay. Remy says he better come with straight answers, no BS.
Okay, no problem. If he's not fucking up, you know, y'all can just give me the green light, get him out of here. But like I said, I gotta respect the fact that he's brave enough to even come up here and try to challenge me.
Oh my goodness. Now he's saying, let us separate since we're no good.
Okay. Hold on to that, golden showers. Where's Auntie?
Okay, Auntie says she's back.
Auntie, please, just one pass for golden showers for me. Just this one time. I won't ask y'all again. All right? Just this one time. What's she saying?
I'm waiting for a response. There's like a 5-second delay or something with us in the chat. She's probably mulling it over.
Yeah, please, just this one time.
What happened? He's back?
Yeah, this the only. Yeah, man, he's the only one that's brave enough to even come and try to challenge me on this topic.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In the meantime, he's saying, I never done anything to Auntie. Oh, yes, she did. You
Golden showers, forget about. Don't mess up your. I'm trying to get you on here, okay? Please don't mess it up. Stay focused on me, please. Our conversation, leave the women out of it. That's what got you. That's what got you in trouble in the first place.
Okay, Auntie said just this once.
Cool. Let him up. Unmute him.
All right. Yeah.
Thanks, Auntie. Thanks, Remy.
Look, the black manosphere is needed. That's what I'm saying. The black manosphere is needed.
Manosphere. Okay, let's go. Okay, wait a minute now. Let's go on this new talking point that all you manosphere sympathizers, I haven't heard it from you yet, but I'm sure you're going to be saying.
I back the manosphere. I openly tell you about the manosphere.
All right. So let's get to the conversation. All right, here's the first thing. This new talking point that black women were taught to be independent of black men, but black men were never taught to be independent of black women. Where you stand on it?
Okay, I'll answer that. Black men were taught to be independent of black women. According to the manosphere, black men were never taught to be independent of black women. Of black women. And so they're blaming black women for being taught to be independent of black men. That's because hang on a minute. I'm going to answer this from my point of view. I can't necessarily talk for the black manosphere, but I'll answer it the best as I can.
I don't know why not. You've been talking every time you come up here. You talk for them. I don't understand.
I'm maybe not the best representative of the black manosphere.
Oh, okay, man.
Yeah, but like I said, I agree with a lot of their talking points, and I agree with it from my experience.
Well, they don't have any talking points anymore. They're coming up with new ones. All the old ones been blown up.
Well, what it is the boys were, a lot of them that you see on the street that were doing this were they're actually selling drugs to bring into the family. So the girls, hang a minute, and the girls were put through education. This is why the boys are behind.
And who faults
in your country? Remember, I'm from the UK, so I can only go by statistics. I can only go by statistics.
Right, but whose fault is that?
It's a combination of both.
No, it isn't.
Let me tell you in my opinion why. But I'm not. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because, and I've said this before, black women, a lot of our sisters think with their cookies. They choose men. They choose men to do with their cookies rather than pick men who are going to be good fathers. The sisters turn down a lot of good men, saying they're boring.
A lot of sisters think with their cookies. You serious? Find me the black women that made a pump and dump video.
What I'm trying to say to you, they operate off their cookie. So I don't know. Pookie Ray Ray is very attractive.
Find me the black women who made a pump and dump video. Find me the black women who are running around here talking about some pump and dumping these niggas, pump and dumping these bums, pump and dumping these niggas. You know how this shit goes. Pump and dumping these derelicts, pump and dumping these niggas.
That's one video.
Pump and dumping these bows.
That's one video. That's one video.
No, it ain't just one video.
I
It's
haven't
a
seen any other
mentality.
video saying that pump and dump, and he made that song.
It's a mentality
Mr.
that's
Palmer.
permeating. It's a mentality that's permeating throughout the entire manosphere.
All right, then let's deal with this as adults. Yeah, I'm trying to be.
We are
nice.
doing this as adults.
Yeah. Okay.
Now it's not my fault that means you were immature, but this is we are coming at this from an adult perspective.
I'm not immature. I'm very mature, but you're the one that's immature.
You haven't addressed the permeation of the pump and dump mentality throughout the manosphere. And you can't say it's not there.
I'm not saying, I've never said it's not there, but you've always had players.
Okay,
yeah?
fine. Okay, but well, hold on. You said that the sisters stick with their cookies. You need to substantiate that. Where are the women with the pump and dump mentality?
What you just said is irrelevant, yeah? I'm talking about...
No, it's not irrelevant. You just accused women.
It's irrelevant. I'm not going to shout. It's your show. But I'm saying by the men they choose. I just told you that they turn... They turn down men saying that they're boring. Yeah? You're not hood enough.
They turn down men to say that they're boring and you're not hood enough. You actually heard... Wait a minute.
That's been told to me.
Wait a minute. You actually heard a black woman tell a black man.
It's been told to me. It's been told to me. It wasn't hood enough.
Man, come on. You can't use yourself as an example. Man. Come on, dude.
No,
seriously.
I've been told to many black men. I don't just go off my.
You lucky that's all you got told.
You know I go off data too. But if you want me to bring more data, I'm saying
you lucky that's the only thing you got told. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Keep yourself out of it. Let's be realistic. You actually heard.
But many black men were told this. They were told that they were boring, and they were told that they yeah. And they picked. See, the Pookie and Ray Ray was because he's got all the time in the world and all the attention to give to them. They
okay.
And he had the best game, and game is lie. Yeah.
So you was told that you were boring.
They turned him down.
So you was told that you were boring by what? Every woman you came in contact with?
I wasn't told by every woman, but I was told. Yeah, I was told a lot about it because I don't speak like you'd say what you would regard as a black man. There's supposed to be a way a black man talks. Or
I don't know.
I was taught you talk like a European. You talk like a white man.
No, you don't talk like a white man either.
Well, I've been told
if this is the way you talk, you don't talk like a white man.
Well, I've been told that. I've been told I talk like a white man. You talk like a UK nigga from the hood. You don't know UK people then.
I know several UK people. You talk like a UK nigga from the hood. You do not sound like no white man. No, I don't know. Listen, I understand you praise white people, okay? But no, you don't sound like white. You don't sound like a white man. All right, forget about that. Let's get back to this. I want to see, okay, there's blame on both sides, according to you guys. Give me the blame on the black woman's side. None of y'all have been able to tell me anything yet that you blame on the black women. What is it that you're blaming on them?
Their choice of men. No, Matt, I'm just...
All right, so let's talk.
There videos on YouTube of women telling you that these women love bad boys, and they tell you that. You need to do more research. Women have said that they like bad boys. They're attracted to that. But they also want to deal with the accountability and responsibility, which obviously this channel doesn't hold them accountability and responsible. Okay,
so you heard a couple of women.
No. There is... Yeah, there's been, including if you watch, if you watch Kevin Samuels, you would have seen women come and say that they like. You will see that these women have children with no good guys, drug dealers, bank robbers, guys who've been in and out of jail, or low earners. You also know the law of attraction. When you're broken, you attract broken people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and you don't think that has anything to do with
black women,
right? Okay, and so you don't think it has anything to do with black men?
There's lots of good black men, but
you don't think it, okay? So
again, because they are considered
Okay, let me ask you this: who are the leaders of the community?
Who are the leaders of the community? We don't have a community. If you want me to be,
who are the leaders in the community? Who are the leaders in the community?
We don't have a community.
The black men are.
I'm being bluntly honest with you.
The black men are the de facto leaders of our black society, not black
you're
women.
forgetting the independence. I mean, like I said to you,
that ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Everyone has the same right to the same job.
No, that doesn't stop black men from leading.
Stop that.
That doesn't stop black men from leading.
Stop that.
It doesn't.
Because they started to compete with us. When you start to compete,
you guys are looking. Nobody's competing with. What is she competing? First of all, what is she competing with you about? You have nothing to compete with.
Well, we're going for the same jobs.
What is she competing with you for? Dirty drawers?
No, we're
you don't have any
the same jobs.
So same jobs.
Well, I'm not a
many of you are barely working.
Huh?
Many of you are barely working.
Look, bro, you're taking a small percentage and blaming us for it. Yeah, it's 80%. Have you heard of the 80-20 rule? Have you heard of the 80%?
And you're taking a small percentage
of women are going after 20% of men.
What's the matter? You don't like? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
you don't like a taste of your own
type of men.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't like a taste of your own medicine?
Guys, we're sick of it.
You don't like a taste. You don't like a taste of your own medicine? Because that's what you're doing to black women. You're taking a small percentage and you're painting them with a broad brush. That's what you're doing to them. What's the matter? You don't like it?
No. We're not painting them. They've shown that already. We're not painting them anything. And the statistics seem to back us up. Look, bro, the statistics I'm not going to go through the statistics today, but I presented them before. Which you turned.
There is a. Oh. Your statistics are terrible. This is as weak as your argument. Your statistics is about as weak as your argument. Let me ask you a question. Let's get back to this compete thing. What is she competing with you about? You don't have anything to compete with. You don't have anything.
So whether that's
you don't have any assets. You don't have any assets. You don't have any assets. You don't have any stature in this country. You don't have any wealth. What is she competing with you with?
I beg your pardon. Black men are doing very well. It's a black man that owns Gatwick Airport. Yeah.
Owns what?
It's a black man that owns Gatwick Airport.
Yes, you have individual black men who are out here achieving because they're not derelicts.
Yes, you have. We're progressing slowly.
No, we're not doing anything. What you guys are doing is you're on social media and you're condemning black women and you're promoting men being with men, which is a form of genocide. Isn't that what your man said? Wait a minute, hold on. Your man Brokeback Samuels, you know your God. He sat on his podcast and said out of his mouth, we should be promoting men being with men.
I know what you're talking about. I saw the broadcast. He didn't mean it in the fashion you're trying to present it.
Well, what way did he mean it? There ain't no other way you can mean it. There ain't no other way you can say it. We should be promoting men being with men. So let me ask you a question.
Let me explain. You talk.
Since you become an anti-female, anti-woman, let me ask you a question.
I'm not anti-female. I'm not anti-woman.
Let's remove the women from the equation. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I can only control me, my family, and my friends. I can't control what another nigga does.
Okay, let's act like you can understand something. Let's remove the women from the equation. And I'm gonna give you your man, Brokeback Samuel's your leader, right? Okay, so we don't remove women from the equation. You got your man, Brokeback Samuels. What are you going to do now? You have no women. What are you going to do?
No, I'm trying to explain why he came up with that. I'm saying to you,
I need you to answer the question, but
I'm going to answer the question.
We can get to why he said it in a minute, but I want to know this. Let's remove women from the equation. Now you all into your man's.
All right, then let's go by your scenario.
Hold on a second.
Let's go by your scenario.
Now you all into your man. Brokeback Samuels telling you that we should promote men being with men and all this other dumb shit, right? Okay, which is genocide, by the way. Now, I don't know why y'all could. First of all, you're promoting genocide, self-genocide. So I don't know why you mad that women talking about they don't want to have black male babies. You're promoting self-genocide
No,
by
but
being.
a lot of women are lesbians as well.
You're
So
promoting
let's go there.
genocide
A
by
lot of women are
saying that you want
lesbians.
to
Let's go
promote
there. A lot
men,
of women are
sleep
bi.
with
Let's
men
go there.
because men can't. Two men together can't produce a baby either. Okay,
Well, a lot of women.
wait,
Let me educate you, yeah, because I'm in the market. You're not. A lot of
okay.
women are bi. A lot of women are bi. A lot of black women are bi.
Look,
Yeah.
man. Look. I'm not here for some kind of soft porn conversation. Let's stay with the facts. We remove the women from the equation. What are you going to do? What are you and Brokeback Sanders going to do with no women?
We didn't say we didn't want no women. Let me you not allow me to explain. In the Romans did this, remember?
Which ones, the whites or the black Romans? Be specific.
Black people were Romans, and they were all part of the thing. I like how you try to separate it, but what they, you know what they used to do.
There was a separation.
They used to say, get rid of the girl children.
Mm-hmm.
Men invented the world, yeah? You know that, yes? Do you
They
agree
did
with
not.
that?
They didn't fucking invent no goddamn. Fuck you mean men invented the world? Started to sound crazy like
The
Kindle.
things you use, the YouTube you use, yeah? The Facebook you use, yeah? It's men. Yeah? Let's go there.
Okay.
Yeah?
So
I will go there in a respectful way, but yeah.
All right, so let's go with this. You said that they wanted to get rid of the female babies.
Women, let me say this, yeah? And then you can say to me, women need men for survival. Men do not need women for survival.
Oh, really?
Facts.
Really? Okay, Mr. Facts. Let's go back to my original question. Let's remove women from the equation. What are you going to do
done
without
in Roman
women?
time, so it's been done
Wait,
before.
ain't talking about the Roman times. You just said that men don't need women for survival. Okay, let's run with that. Let's remove women from the equation. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
You're going to hang on this. Go on. You're going to hang on this one. Go on.
I need you to answer the question. What are you going to do? Tell me what you're going to do without women.
I said for survival, we can survive on our own. Yeah? Women, but we're talking as adults here. Women are needed. Women, purpose, children, and sex. That's really and truly what most men need a woman for. If we get to the point.
You also need women for survival.
No, you don't.
If there were no women,
if you do your history, you would see that.
There were no women.
If you do your history, you would know that. Don't listen to me.
If there were no women, you wouldn't survive.
Prove that point. I'd love to see.
Because the homosexual thing will only go but so far. Because men need female companionship. What's going to happen is eventually
no, they don't. That's not survival.
Put them on mute. I need you to hear this. The homosexual thing will fall by the wayside because real men need the companionship of women. And it's contingent off of our survival in this world because women give us purpose. If there was no women, what's going to happen after a period of time, men will implode and they will kill each other. And you homos will be the first ones who get smoked. Then after they're done with you, they will turn on each other because there will be no more purpose to life. There are no women. So they would just kill each other. That's why you need them. Because if you didn't have them, you would just kill each other.
Men have always killed each other. Yeah? The whole idea of feminine.
No, you would kill each other.
The women want to take over and rule the world.
No, you would kill each other to the point of it. You will wipe each other out. This would be more than just a simple killing. You will wipe each other out because you won't be able to live with just men. You'll become psychotic because you have no warmth. You have no compassion from the. You have no companionship from the woman. You'll lose your mind. You'll go insane.
No, hang on a minute. You know and I know a man can have a knockoff. Yeah? Let's be real. Yeah?
What is a knockoff?
Yeah. Look, so we're talking survival. Yeah? Having
explain something
children
to you,
is
man.
luxury. Having children is luxury, my friend. Yeah.
Let me
Learn
tell
that.
you something that your boy Brokeback Samuels won't tell you, because they keep lying to you niggas, and y'all keep believing them. Do you know that men can die from loneliness? Do you know that loneliness affects us like a disease? Did you know that?
All right, then. All right, then. Here's the thing. I'm gonna pull out the card because I have somebody who works in the old people's home. Yeah, and majority of the times, it's the woman is who always end up crying. Men are built that they can be by themselves.
No, that's a bunch of bullshit. How many times have you heard men who've been with their wives for years and their wife died, and then a week later they die right behind them? You think that's coincidence? That's real. It happens every single day, over and over and over again.
They're one-offs. Until we can come to the statistics, let's not really go there. I can name you instances of
we don't need
women crying
statistics for
because
that.
they don't have no men around them. You know what I mean?
Women cry because they're women. Women cry because they're women. That's what they're supposed to do.
No, they cry because they're missing a companion.
Put them on mute. Put them on mute.
The world was built. All I'm
saying
is the world was built by men.
Put them on mute. Let me explain something to you. Women are their feminine nature. They cry about a lot of things. That's what they do. They are women. They're not hardened warriors. They don't beat their chest like King Kong. They're not walking around here.
I know that. You don't need to tell me about women.
No. Go back on mute. Go back on mute. Respect your channel. Go back on mute. I'm not done. You can come back when I'm done. Now, they don't run around here and beat their goddamn chest like King Kong. They're not hardened warriors. They're not supposed to do what you do. They ain't supposed to be surviving on their own. They ain't supposed to be sitting up here watching a goddamn wall and paint dry all fucking day long. They're women, okay? They're full of life. They're rambunctious. They are jovial. They're full of joy. They're full of feelings. They're different from you. Crying is a natural part of them. That's what they do because they are feminine in nature. So what are you talking about? Well, women are crying. That's what they're supposed to do. It's natural. All right, come back on.
You say women are feminine, but I don't find all women to be feminine. I mean,
what do you mean you don't? What?
All black women to be feminine. They don't even act like we belong to them.
All black women are feminine. The only black women that I see walking around here that aren't feminine are the ones who are taking these hormone drugs and want to be dykes. That's not feminine.
You've just smacked yourself in the head because if black women were feminine, they'd be hooked up and married. Yeah.
Do you think
more than any other race of women?
Do you think Serena Williams is feminine?
Do I think that she's feminine? No, not the way
Serena Williams. Serena Williams is feminine. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because she's built like a thoroughbred.
She's not been built to be. She's not feminine. Sharapova.
Why not?
Is feminine. She's not feminine.
I don't know about.
And it's not because she's a black woman neither.
Tell me why Serena Williams.
It's not because she's a black woman neither.
Tell me why Serena Williams isn't feminine. I don't want to hear about Sharapova or Gertrude. Tell me why Serena Williams isn't feminine. She's extremely feminine.
You don't. No, we can go on about it. In my opinion, she's not feminine. In my opinion,
why?
Oh, man, she isn't. She's
gonna make a declaration like that.
That's why she's a champion. Hang on a minute.
Why is she not?
Why
she isn't feminine? She's very feminine.
She's not.
I actually met this woman in person. She's very feminine. Tell me why she's not feminine.
You don't know what femininity is. That's your problem.
I know exactly what femininity is.
Modern women by law are not feminine.
What you're getting caught up in is that she's athletic. What you're getting caught up in is that she's athletic.
Hang on a minute.
You're getting caught up in the fact that she's athletic,
I'm answering
and you're
your
getting caught up.
question.
Wait a minute.
Modern women feel like they don't need
Put them
men.
on mute. Put them on mute. Put them on mute. You and the rest of you derelicts, you're getting caught up in the fact that she's well built for a woman. She's extremely not masculine.
I'm not derelict,
She's
by the way.
Yeah, go back on mute. Okay, she's extremely athletic. She's built like a thoroughbred. She's extremely fast. Right? Y'all just caught up on that. There's nothing masculine about Serena Williams. She's very feminine. Now, if you want to look at her facial features, right? That phenotype, that's our ancestry phenotype. She's closer to our ancestors than anything else. Our ancestors had the same phenotype. You go back and you look at the ancestors who came up these slave boats, a lot of the women look just like her. Same type of facial features. Those
You know who's more feminine? It's probably
jawbone,
Venus. Venus, her sister's more feminine. Her sister's probably more feminine.
Those facial features, those profound features, are the features of our not come back on.
Yeah, you were borging.
That's what
for
you
a
guys
minute.
base this on, just her looks,
bro. You were
right.
borging. So
yeah, well, you guys just based her. You guys just based her masculinity, so-called masculinity, off of her facial features, her profound facial features.
I'm not talking about her facial features. I'm talking about her body. She was built. Her father trained her well.
She is athletic. She's athletic. She is an athlete. She is an athlete. That ain't got nothing to do with her being masculine. She's built like a woman. She's athletic. She's an athletic woman. She's not an athletic man. She don't have muscles like a man. She's a well-built woman. Not a well-built man.
Okay, all right. Oh, I'm not going to get into this with you because this is your kind of thing. I'm not going to force you. I'm not going to force your demise. I'm not going to force your demise.
If you stand her next to a man, right, a muscular man, you will see that her muscles is nowhere close to the muscles of a man. She's a well-built, athletic woman, and she has muscles like a woman. She's not a muscular woman like that. She's not a muscular woman like that. The way they're out here pounding these weights, and they got all of these big, no. She's a well-built, athletic woman, bro, but she's a woman. And she's built like a woman. I've seen her in person. She's built like a woman. She's not built like no man. She ain't built like a man. She don't talk like a man, and she don't walk like a man.
That doesn't mean that she's not masculine just because she doesn't walk like a man. That's very silly.
She's not masculine. You don't even know what the hell masculinity is. There's nothing masculine about that woman. And you damn derelicts, right? Let me tell you what you guys be doing, right? Y'all be blowing your whole goddamn chances and shit, right? All that money she got. She give it to her.
Bro, I'm not a simp like you.
So losers fucking losing all the goddamn
money. I'm not a simp like you. I look after my money.
Who? A simp?
I said, yeah, you're a simp. I'm not a simp like you, no. Women can't use.
Well, I don't. I don't.
You trick. I don't trick.
Dude, you calling me a simp is like. Anyway, go ahead. Let's get back to this blame thing. You still haven't provided me any adequate information to where I can sit up here and say, well, you know what? Black women are to blame for that. Tell me that she's choosing Pookies and Ray Rays and bad men. Well, that's more of a reflection on you than her.
That's not a reflection on me at all.
It's absolutely because you're an absentee father. You're an absentee father, and you haven't raised any upstanding men for her to choose from. You left her in the environment to where she has to choose the best from the worst. That's on your watch. It is your duty as a man to raise upstanding boys. That's your job.
Okay.
Not her job.
Okay, since you're going in, I'm going to answer your question. How come other races of women can find good black men? Simple question. Because the men in that race, right, do a damn good job raising their boys. Way better than you.
and more often than you.
You didn't answer
And
my
there's a high
question. I said,
percentage-
how come
I
other
am
races of
answering your
women,
question.
not men? I said women. How many
Because
other
I'm
races
telling
of
you,
women can find good black
because the
men?
men, because the
my
men in
question.
those races, because the men in those races do a good job of raising their boys. Now you say other races
You're not
women
answering
find
my
good black
question. That's
men.
not, you're deflecting. I
What?
asked you to answer the
Okay.
question of why is it other races of women can find good black men?
They don't find good black men. A lot of black men go swirling. And if they swirling, I don't consider them good black men. What do you consider a good black man? A man with money? A so-called high-value man? Most of them dudes are swirlers. Most of your NFL players are swirlers. Most of your NBA players are fucking swirlers. Hell, even the black tennis players are swirling now.
No, they're not high value men. That's not what makes a high value man. Sports and entertainers lack.
There's no such thing as a high-value man. High-value man, as your man put it, is a gay male. Are you a gay male?
Sorry, Max.
Huh?
His time is up. The ladies
Why,
can't
what
take
happened?
him anymore. He went his third strike, and his time.
Oh.
He's in the backstage.
Okay. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you, Auntie, and thank you, Remy, for letting me have a little fun. Believe this guy?
Mm.
I mean, these guys are ridiculous, man. Like Serena Williams is masculine. Ain't nothing masculine about that woman at all. Nothing. What else is going on in the chat?
Several people came in. Lakia. They talking about. Let me see. Mama Rain says because black men worship and think what he create is better.
Talking about black men created the world, nigga.
Oh, his last
You
part
ain't
was before I kicked them out is no, I'm straight. I date sissy bins. He
I'm
needs
not
to
gonna
start
touch.
using his punctuations. I think he's saying no, I'm straight. He's a sissy bin. No, I'm straight. I date. Oh well, it don't. No, I'm straight. I date sissy bins. You need to use punctuations, dude.
Talking about talking about men created the world and nigga. I don't know what y'all sitting up here trying to claim that y'all created. Y'all haven't created shit. They was trying to ride off of somebody else's coattail. What's going on in the chat?
Okay. Let's see everybody. Let's see. Bro Speaker saying that dude had more strikes than Astro did last game.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Bro Speak. Hey, Bro Speak, I caught your podcast, man. Not bad work. You had me pegged wrong though on what's his face? The Honest Truth. I never said he was like Kevin Samuels. I think maybe you got that from another podcast. I said he was a manosphere guy. He's a manosphere guy. I equated him to the manosphere. Not Kevin Samuels. He's not Kevin Samuels. But good podcast, bro. I heard you going off, man. Doing your thing, ranting and whatnot. Say, okay, good, bro. Speak ahead, bro. A lot of talking points you had in there I didn't agree with, though. Again, the blame on both sides thing, I just can't rock with that. I don't see any blame on the black woman's side because the father, you see, when you renege on your responsibility and you abandon the woman and child, everything's off the table. You done took the blame off the table and everything because now you put her behind the 8 ball. She's in a situation where she has to be mother and father, and she's only qualified to do one. She's only qualified to be a mother. She's not qualified to be a father. And you put her in that situation. So therefore, all of the blame goes with you when you leave her, when you turn your back on her. And then here's the other thing too. You talked about not giving women a pass. We shouldn't give black men a pass. Why are black men getting passes? Why are the fathers getting passes? They shouldn't the one. They should be the ones who don't get a pass. You don't get a pass because you reneged on your responsibilities. You don't get a pass for that. We don't sit up here and say, oh well, he's not in the homes. Let's move on to something else. No, we're not going to move on to something else. You don't get a pass for that. You reneged on your responsibility, and you left the woman high and dry. And for her to fend for herself, and where she has no choice but to try to do both jobs as a parent, which she shouldn't be doing, because there's a little thing called responsibility from the father. The father has to be there to raise the child. So if the child don't turn out a certain way, we can blame the father. And yes, we can blame the father for not being there. That's why we blame him in the first place, because he's not there. So no, you don't get a pass. You don't get a pass because you reneged on your responsibility. We get no pass for that. We gotta start giving black men a pass. Everybody hell bent on not giving a black woman a pass. How are you not giving her a pass? First of all, she's the only parent that's there. I don't understand y'all logic. Y'all logic got me tripping. Like, you want to blame the only parent that's there, the one that's been left behind, the one that's been abandoned, the one that's been put behind the 8 ball.
Okay.
And you say nothing, about the, yeah.
Well, speaking Trinity up.
Oh, come with it.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me, or is my mic low? Because I might have to switch to my computer.
I can hear you, Trent.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what I wanted to say is, I put it in the chat. I said, Max, he just mad because Serena got more muscles than him.
Yeah. That's why they do too.
That's why they will be really mad, because think about it. What man with his nuts hanging is gonna set up there a woman is more masculine than him?
Yeah, she's not
masculine. Can't no female, can't no woman be more masculine than no man.
No, she's not a well-built man. She's a well-built woman. She has muscles like a woman. She's not no muscles like no man. She ain't even toned like no man. Talking.
As far as that, I was gonna, before he left, I had put in the chat, like, is he basing it on the fact that she's playing in a male-dominated sport? Is that what's his reasoning on that? Because I was trying to figure that one out, but
yeah, I don't know what it is. He got, they were doing me a favor by letting him up anyway. He was on borrowed time anyway, so I don't know. I just like arguing with him, man, because
that's
he's
what
funny dude.
I was like,
huh?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said, no, let me stay in the chat and listen to this debacle.
Yeah.
Think about how actually how feminine you sound as a man talking about you looking at any woman as too masculine. Excuse me, a woman is a woman. A woman can't outdo a man in manhood.
I've never even used that term at all until I came to social media.
Yeah.
And I didn't get to social media until I was in my 50s. I mean, I did some AO America Online back in the day, and maybe some Black Planet, but not that much. I haven't really gotten to social media until I was like 50 years old. I've never used that term, masculine.
Yeah, and even Black Planet, on Black Planet, they wouldn't do that over there.
No, I never used that term. I've never used that until came here on social media. All these crybabies.
Well, they got the masculine mercenaries and everything on YouTube now.
Masculine who? Mercenaries? What?
They still using that? Are they still using that?
Yeah,
masculine mercenary.
Masculine mercenaries.
Wow.
They still using that?
Yeah.
I heard that term like over a year ago with a
masculine mercenary.
Yeah, I thought they dropped that. But I guess.
Wait, but think about what it's actually saying. Okay, let's think about the word mercenary. Okay, mercenary are people who get paid for doing like shadow work, right?
Yeah.
So basically, you getting paid for being masculine.
Wow. I guess they want to make sure ain't no gay dudes doing black ops, huh? Wow. That's
Yeah.
pretty bad, man. Masculine mercenary. Oh, God damn it, man.
Well,
Damn it, people.
that particular group went through so many name changes. I'm surprised they still kept that name.
Hmm.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so bro, I was checking out your podcast for the first. I subscribed to your channel too. I was checking out your podcast. All right, good work, man. I just disagree on a couple of things. You know,
Yeah.
I think you misunderstood me about the honest truth. And yes, I was going in on him, but I likened him to the Manosphere, not Kevin Samuels.
Right.
The Manosphere.
Wait,
Uh-huh.
I would, yeah.
It's all
I
right,
probably
man. You know.
misheard you, but
Yeah, that's all right. It's
yeah,
no big deal.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I figure you would not like me with the mother thing. I know you wouldn't gonna like that.
Yeah. I mean,
I
the whole thing about that whole thing is just here, right? We keep saying that there's blame on, but see, I look at it this way. I think that the father is getting a pass. The father's getting a pass. You know, we're saying, okay, well, he ain't there, so we can't blame him for nothing. That's exactly why we can blame him for something, because he's not there. He's supposed to be there. So he doesn't get a pass because he reneged on his responsibilities. And the one that we're blaming is the only one that's even doing something for the child. I'm telling you right now, man, you guys keep shitting on it. Where would many of you be right now if you didn't have your mother? What if your mother walked out too? Then what?
Like mine. Like, what if your mama?
Right.
She on her responsibility.
Right. Who you going to be shitting on? Foster care?
They would. They'll blame something.
We're going to blame.
No,
we're going to right. We're going to blame the only parent that's been left and has been abandoned. Okay, she's been abandoned, and so she's doing the very best she can. Now she has to play both roles, something she shouldn't have to do, and she's only qualified to do one job. That's to be a mother. She ain't qualified to be a father. So you put her behind the 8 ball. And then you say that she don't get a pass? Come on, man. That logic don't work out for me.
Well, as far as like I was saying, as far as that.
Hold on one second. Let me just say this one thing, right? I could see if she wasn't doing anything. I could see if she was just, her kids was just climbing all up and down the walls. She wouldn't give them no medical care, no schooling, wouldn't try to feed them. They out scavenging through garbage cans, stuff like that. Then, then we can have a conversation. Okay, she's an unfit mother. Okay?
Right,
but most black women, right, but most black women are there for their kids. Even the ones that y'all call strags and hoes, they always walk around with babies on their arm. They take care of their kids. And in many cases, right, a lot of these women don't even know where the money is coming from. Like the woman who won that lottery, that $88 million lottery, right? Before she won that, she had 5 jobs, dude. And no man.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. She had 5 jobs. And one of those jobs, she worked at Walmart as a cashier. You know how dead of a job that is? Walmart.
I know, I work Walmart, so trust me, I know.
She had 5 kids with 5 jobs, a job a kid. And you're going to tell me a nigga can't pay $100 child support payment? This woman out here working 5 jobs? Come on, man. Y'all got nerve talking about y'all don't give her a pass? What kind of logic is that? Somebody fill me in on it. Somebody educate me on what kind of logic that is. This is the only one actually doing. This is the only one actually doing something for the child. 5. I got respect for that. I'm a man, and I respect that.
Max,
that's a woman.
Max, let's talk about how this is not even American, and how this shit is global. Because remember your very first stream about the African lady who had 38 children by one man and he left her.
Yes. Uh huh.
30. Remember that this
Yeah.
African woman, she had 38 children from one black man that she was married to, and he couldn't handle it. He left her.
But he kept getting her pregnant though.
38, and some of them died. Some of the
And
babies
one,
died. But he left her with 38 living children.
but he gets a pass.
Yeah.
And she gets to be blamed because she's the only parent there trying to feed those kids.
But you know that the excuses they say, oh, she was on the cock carousel. She had multiple baby daddies. She wasn't married. That's her fault. No, she was married. She only had one baby daddy. She had all her 38 children by one man, and he left her, and nobody's blaming him.
No, he gets a pass. He said, "Well, why is she having children with him? Why is he having sex with her?"
This is a married woman. This is
Yeah.
a married woman here. You're talking about.
Somebody, well, if you're gonna sit up here and say, "Well, she knew he wasn't taking care of the kids," he knew he wasn't taking care of the kids either.
And
We
so
gotta we gotta cut this shit out, giving guys passes. Making all these damn excuses. Like men are just dumb and they can't think. You know
exactly.
damn well you ain't taking care of these kids. You know it too. So what are you getting her pregnant for? That's what appear with these goddamn excuses. You want us to baby men. Only babies get what they want, right? So y'all want to y'all want to be baby fight. You want to be babies and get what you want, right? It's all the woman's fault. It's all mommy's fault.
Yeah.
Daddy was a bitch ass nigga who couldn't handle up, but he gets a pass. The mother is strong. She's there braving. She's there braving the waves, bro, trying to feed these children. And the nigga gets a pass. Fuck out of here, man. What kind of logic is that, man? Y'all got the game fucked up. Yes, that's the only couple of things I didn't agree with your podcast. But you had a good podcast, though, man. It's the first time hearing you. And
A lot of
I heard.
a lot of these men, they want to rest in their femininity. I
You
heard
like
that.
the
I didn't make that up. Somebody else made that up, but it's funny, right? You want to
I
rest in
actually,
their
I actually,
femininity.
I actually created that term, femininity. Yeah,
Oh, okay. That's what they want to. They want to rest in it.
Resting,
femininity. Yeah, but I got a
resting,
new one,
and
Trinity. I got a new one. I call it alpha feminine black males.
Oh Lord.
Alpha feminine. And the definition we got right now, alpha feminine black males are black males who think that they are a dominant black woman. That's what alpha feminine means. Alpha feminine. Black males who think they are a dominant black woman.
They compete. They compete with black women. It's sick. It's disgusting.
And they think that they're more dominant than you. They think they're more of a dominant black woman than you. Kevin Samuels thinks he's more of a dominant black woman than you. He's ultra alpha feminine.
Yeah. He was he was like this is not slander. He was on the cheerleading squad.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, man. Most of them gay dudes are always on the cheerleader squad.
yep,
Yeah.
we had some in our school, in high school, and in college.
And so I can't go with this. But I don't see blame on both sides. I don't see blame on both sides. I see blame on one side. Again, you don't get to renege on your responsibility and leave a woman and children in a bad situation. a bad situation with no husband, some of them don't have any skills, and you leave her to fend for themselves with those children, no, the blame goes off the table. When you walk out, the blame goes right with you. I'm not going to blame someone for doing everything she possibly can to raise those children. If you got a problem with the way she's raising the children, stay your ass in the house and help her raise those children, do what you're supposed to do. And stop reneging on your responsibility and coming out with these lame arguments talking about there's blame on both sides, when clearly the blame is on your side. And when are y'all going to stop doing it? Y'all know what y'all sound like? Y'all sound real weak, man. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that sound crazy. Man, it's black woman's fault, man. It's I blame them. I blame them. Come on, man. I've never heard a man talk like that. I've never heard men talk like that until I came to social media. Never heard dudes talk like that on the job, out the street. Never heard it. Never even heard the term masculine until I came to social media. I know what masculine is. I know the term masculinity, but what I'm saying is it was something that wasn't. We didn't say that. We didn't. That wasn't in our normal conversation. We didn't say the term masculine. We didn't say that. I didn't hear any of that until I came to social media.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't. A whole bunch of terms I've never heard of till got to social media. At least this iteration of it.
You know what I'm waiting on? I'm waiting for these men to stop talking about and philosophizing manhood and actually start participating in manhood.
They don't know what. I don't think a lot of them know what manhood is.
Oh wow. Maybe you know, maybe you should start doing courses.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the way they talk. If you say in terms like masculine, I don't believe you know what manhood is.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like obviously they haven't been taught. You know, because this shit is getting ridiculous at this point.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, bro. Because another thing I wanted to, another pet peeve I want to pick with you. You also talked about, which is starting to become a talking point now, because I'm hearing it elsewhere, that the black woman was taught to be independent of the black man, but the black man was never taught to be independent of the black woman. Yeah, can you explain what you mean by that? Because if we're taking it back to the days when we had an 80% marriage rate, I already talked about how the black woman didn't have any didn't have any rights and couldn't get out of those horrible marriages.
Right. What I mean is that because of those situations, their mothers taught the daughters to be independent of men. Have your own, get your education, get all that stuff. Meanwhile, the men, unfortunately, were not taught that. They were taught to how to get over on this woman and get her to give you everything without working to get this stuff on your own.
Right,
That's
but they didn't need to be taught that. Right, they need to be taught that because they had their way with black women back then. Black women did not have any rights, and what they did with that was they took that and they abused her with that. They beat her up. They raped the children right in front of her. They committed bold infidelity right in front of her. Okay, slept with white women. Again, raped all of the damn girls in the house. These guys were super child molesters. And the black woman could not get out of these relationships. So it wasn't that she was taught to be independent. She had to be able to survive on her own so she wouldn't be locked into a horrible relationship like that. I don't see any problem with that. I don't even understand why there's a conversation about why that even took place. When you look at what the black woman was facing back then, right? Again, we got this victim mentality for men. Well, the black men weren't taught. You didn't have to be taught that. You had your way with her. You had rights. She didn't.
Exactly.
So all this victim shit about, well, the black man wasn't. What? What about the abuse that you was putting the black woman through? What about all these kids you were raping? Right in her face, there was nothing she can do about it. If she tried to challenge you, what most of the time you beat her to death, and there was no consequence. I don't understand the logic, brother. Y'all killing me with this, man. Y'all killing me with this victim mentality.
Well, let me explain again. I'm not blaming women for what men do. So I want to be clear when I say that. Two, during that podcast, I did challenge that victim mentality because it's killing us. Staying in that mentality of being dependent. My thing is, we need to be going for power, so you don't be in these positions when you feel that you have to abuse women and use women and all kinds of stuff. That was my point on that. I don't preach victimhood to these guys. That's some of the dudes in the manosphere. They do that. I usually challenge that. I don't let dudes play victim. You're not gonna hear me blaming women for your actions as a man. You
Well,
your
I don't
own
understand.
person.
Right. Well,
So
I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. What I don't understand is the sheer inability to sympathize with what happened back in those days. Clearly, we have receipts of the horrible marriages that the black women were trapped in. We have no sympathy. We have no understanding of why she wanted to break away from that. I mean, if you were in that situation, wouldn't you want to get the hell out of there? Would you want to do whatever that, again, the inability to even reflect and put yourself in her shoes. If you were when you was in such a situation, you would want to get the hell out of there too. Who the hell wants to be in a situation like that where they're being beaten half to death? The kids are being molested. Nobody wants to be in a situation like that. I don't understand you guys, man. You guys got no heart, man. You guys don't have any compassion. All your hearts are black. And then on top of everything, you actually had rights. The black man had rights back then. The black woman didn't. And with your rights, you know what you did? You did nothing with them. You did the same thing back then that you're doing now. Running around here worrying about sleeping with this one and that one. Talking about some pumping and dumping. Out here, all right, chasing after young girls. Arguing about the age of consent laws. Because you want to have sex, sexual access to a girl as early as possible. I mean, do y'all know what that makes y'all look like?
Like to a deviant.
Yeah, y'all don't have no pride, man. Y'all don't have no. Listen, my father taught us. My father put pride in us, man. Me and all my, we got pride, bro. Y'all don't have no pride.
No, Max, they ain't got no pride. What?
Just want to sit up here and continually look bad, day in and day out. Each day worse than the next.
Man, you want the honest answer for that?
Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah.
How cold can I?
Okay.
How can I? What more can I say about it? When you had a guy literally telling you how he was going after young girls, and you had guys that were actually defending that.
Okay, let me tell you what's going to happen.
That's they don't care.
Y'all going to mess around. There's going to be a contingent of y'all, right? You're going to mess around and get declared a menace to society.
Exactly,
we already consider that. We're already there.
And bro, speak. You're in law enforcement. on a certain level. You're in law enforcement. I know you're not a police officer, but you're a correctional officer. So you're in law enforcement. You know what that means.
I
A
know.
menace to society.
I know. Man, trust me. I'm there with you. When I
Mm-hmm.
heard that, I said, and the fact that they were defending, I said, these dudes do not care. They,
Yeah.
I mean, you saw what that space goes, whatever that dude purple, whatever his name is. They don't care. They don't care about using you, women, and us too. They use our some of us who may have anger towards black women, but they're not on that. Which we may be angry at one particular black woman, and they will use that to hype us up and extend that to all black women. They will use black women who've been hurt by black men, use that to get their pockets, and then run them into a doomed situation with other races of men. They will get these women to go after other women. Some of these dudes do not care. It's and this is coming from me. They don't. A lot of these dudes don't care. They don't have no. I mean, just the fact those two things happen within the span of 2 weeks should show you that some of these dudes do not care. And I don't know how else to say it. I mean, and me and this other guy, we were talking about that. They don't care. They don't want to accept the responsibility of what they done. They really don't. You know, they don't even want to protect their own seeds. They'll just pass it to that any woman, period. So you got a group of dudes that on that mentality. This thing is not that hard. I mean, look what happened in Philly. I don't know what. I wish I had a nicer way to say it. I wish I could say that um that I mean there's a lot of issues, but the main thing, these dudes are to the point where they don't care. They don't care how they look. They don't care about their reputations. They don't care about pride. They don't care. In fact, I probably should do a podcast on that too. But that's the main thing, and I hate to say that about some of these dudes,
So
but
basically, what you're saying is that most black men are on a suicide mission.
I don't think most of them are on a suicide mission. I think you
I
got
mean,
some
basically, it's like if
there's some that's on a suicide mission, and then ones that don't care either way.
okay, so that's the same thing. If you don't care either way, what's the difference between you being on the suicide mission? You just basically one step away from being on the suicide mission. So at the end of the day, it's like not caring. That's like a sign of extreme depression.
Yeah, yeah, and a lot of them probably are going through depression. There's a lot of mental illness going on with a lot of these guys that they're not getting help for, and it's not pushed for them to get help for. And the ones that some of the content creators who are therapists even telling them, "Hey, y'all need to get therapy because what you thinking right now ain't right." And they stop at that.
So what you're saying is that a lot of these guys, these I guess these dating gurus and everything like that, these incel gurus. So basically, they just basically taking advantage of the mental illness that these guys are suffering from.
Some of them are, yes. Um, I know one in particular. He doesn't do that. He literally tells them, "Look, before you even come to me, before you even go out there, yeah, we need to see what happening with you before
Hmm.
we can't even talk about the women." But that's the one that I know particularly because I used to follow him a lot. The other ones, you know, they're here for the money because even the ones that's got these mental issues, they still have that biological need for women. Even if they do have a hatred for them, they still have that biological need.
Yeah.
So they gonna, you know, they using that to their advantage.
Wow.
But even their popularity is going down. These dudes are they're not even thinking about that, you know. So I I mean, and this is like we got two generations of this at this point.
Mm.
So to correct it, it's going to take at least one, maybe two generations. If we at least start right now, and that's why I be pushing on the guys. Hey, y'all, you need to grab for power. You need to do something because right now, you really can't do anything because, like I said, the women and the children are the most unprotected because the men right now are the most powerless as a collective,
Yeah.
and and we can't you can't dispute that. There's no dispute, and I don't think a lot of guys are willing to accept that. You know,
Do you think it's because it plays on an ego?
of course, yeah, it's the ego. Um, it's an ego thing because who wants to be told that you're the most powerless person in the country? Who wants to be
Right.
told that? Who wants to be
Nobody.
told that you're conquered and you probably are not doing anything specifically wrong? You know, who wants to be told that? But
Yeah.
the truth is the truth. Hell, I didn't like hearing that I was conquered, but I mean, as a collective, I mean, we are. It's I mean,
True.
hell, even the guy who the one content creator, he was a former pimp. He's saying that, hey, yeah, you conquered. I mean, hey, there's no other way to say it, and it shows.
Shows. It's true.
So, do you think
So,
that?
do you think that?
Ooh, okay, Trinity, getting
Oh,
Yeah,
echo.
okay, Trinity, getting echo. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry.
Okay, all right. So, do you think? Um, okay. So, say a couple of generations back, nothing is changing. We try, supporting them, being there, building up them up mentally, shoring them up, and nothing is changing. So now it's like, okay, that's not working. It's not getting through to them and stuff like that. So you got women now being like, okay, look, I can't soften it up for you anymore. It's not doing you any good. It's not helping. So look, you gotta face facts. You are in a powerless position. You know, you're conquered, and you're just laying there and taking it. You're not doing what you need to do, and instead of getting out there and getting together and doing everything you can to be less powerless, you're targeting the black women.
Mhm.
who's
So that
being supporting you,
uh,
and you're pointing out the one or the few that weren't supportive of you or use you or abuse you, and you now wipe this, put us all in this same boat, when it's just that particular woman or those particular women, or the common denominator, or that you might either need to move to another state because the community is you're not reaching the woman that you need. So do you think that, okay, even though it's horrible to hear that women like Sinji, um Black Women with Nyla, the ones that telling y'all, hey, y'all powerless, y'all in a weakened position, and y'all not doing anything to change that. Do you think that's why we getting that now? And instead of it shaking them up, it's just making them more hostile.
well, that's a tough one, but I'm gonna say that it does depend on who's saying it, and I think it needs to be. There's some guys, unfortunately, you're not gonna get through to. The reason why I say that because I, I think women make the mistake of trying to get all these men to the men that clearly don't get it, ain't gonna get it. They're trying to convince them. They're trying to yell at them. That's not gonna work. Like, I said one time, I said, well, if black women in mass are going to leave black men alone, I said, well, you're just gonna have to do that. But you can't keep what I tend to see is that they'll scream at the manosphere dudes, but the guys who quote unquote not associated with the manosphere who are doing the same things that the manosphere dudes are doing, they'll align with them because they're going against the manosphere. You see that with the honest church right now. So it's kind of like you're coming at it with unclean hands. It'd be different if it was women that they had successful relationships, they're married. They'll tell them it might ring better. But here's the problem. Even with them, some of those dudes will turn on them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So the main thing is the people that's going to listen, that's who you need to focus on. These other ones, you just got to leave them where they are. And no amount of yelling and screaming is going to uh, no amount of yelling and screaming is going to trying to shame them is going to do anything to a person that don't feel shame because something internal. No amount of insults and nothing. If they don't feel shame about it, there's nothing you can do. The only other way you're going to affect them is economically or physically. And I don't think a lot of us going to try to mess with them physically because the law. And then can you really mess with them financially unless you're willing to go call their jobs or something like that? So
Sorry, bro, speak your Borgin. Okay, are you traveling, bro? Speak your Borgin.
No, it's probably the area I'm in. I'm
Yeah.
gonna try to go
Okay.
back. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I just think that, some of these dudes, you just there's no way you can gonna reach them. They're too far gone. Your best bet
Okay.
is try to get with the youth and the young males who ain't too far gone yet. That's the only thing. But you got to come at them not with no hate speech, nothing like that. Just explain the facts and go from there. It's so that's the only thing that's gonna work. But for the ones
Mhm.
that's too far gone, you can yell and scream till the cows go home, but you're not gonna affect them. Because hell, we got there's men who that challenge the manosphere all the time. They ain't listening to them. And a lot of those guys are successful. They married, got children, got businesses, all that. They're not listening to them either. So if they're not even going to listen to them, another man, they're not going to listen to you. So
Mhm.
I just say you got to find the ones who's willing to listen and don't go after them and attacking them because I see that too.
Mhm.
Don't go attack them. Just talk to them, explain your position, and then you let whatever, like we're having this conversation now. Those are the ones you need to talk to and have it like this. All that accusing and all kind of stuff, that's not going to
Mhm.
work because they're going to get defensive. That's just how I feel about it.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Charlene goes, well, yeah, I agree with you, but the to try to filter out and find the ones that not exactly on the same page as the manosphere and are young enough. It seems like the younger ones are going to these dating codes, these idiots that's spewing all kind of hate or disrespect for black women, or advocating for swirling.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
uh, yeah, but
mhm.
that's what I'm saying. You got to get to them. We're gonna have to compete with them. I mean, that's. I mean, it ain't. I know that it's hard. I mean, it's simple, but it's hard. I mean, it's not easy. It's not going to be easy, but it got to be done. I mean, there's no. And like I say, I think the men gonna have to be on the front of that. It's better that the men do it than the women do it because you're the one that they're angry at.
Mhm.
So it's like, so why would I let the person that I'm angry at try to tell me what to do? They're gonna see it as, oh, you're trying to control me, you're trying to all that goofy stuff, you're trying to make me submit to you. I mean, all that goofy stuff that when I hear it, it even gives me headaches.
Mhm.
I'd be like, man, I'd be like, these
And that's
God.
the ionic thing. That's what a lot of women are saying to these dudes that are demanding submission. It's like, you trying to control me, trying to make me submit to you.
Mhm.
So,
My thing is this:
mhm,
they so angry, right? But they're not angry enough to stop fucking and stuff. That's the funny part. Like you can't be that goddamn angry. It's like you can muster enough courage to get your dick hard.
Well, yeah, that's biology. I mean, you like, look, I, I hate to say it, there's a lot of hate fucking going on
It- it- it-
around. I
and that's
mean,
just so. It's like you sitting up there sleeping. It's like okay, then you sleeping with the enemy. So, so how angry are you really gonna get? Are you angry enough to just start fucking each other and say fuck women altogether?
Well, that's what KS is trying to get them to do. So like, I, I heard that. I was like, whoa, wait, what? What did you say? And I had to go back and listen to it again to be sure. Like, okay, maybe I misheard what he said.
Yeah, talking about some
No,
urge.
not, he. It like if somebody was trying to say, well, he misspoke. No, he said that from the heart.
Listen, after
He did
listen,
not
after,
stutter or
yeah,
nothing.
after,
That was from
listen,
the
after
heart.
the glitches, okay. I mean, what more proof do these people need? I mean, come on, there. After the oh my situation, you know, it's like how much proof do you need?
That's
They
but
want to see
that's
video from Ashley doing a glitch.
Oh, you right, Dame. I think you're right.
I'm like, well, no,
And then a hardcore bunch of them still be screaming, "That's Photoshop. That's not him. He ain't really like that. Y'all
Yeah,
trying to make him out to be gay."
Photoshop.
Like,
The
dude,
Photoshop.
I'm like, dude, what more y'all need? I'm like, at this point, I'm like, no,
oh
there's
no,
no other,
they're not gonna. Those hardcore ones, they ain't gonna believe it till you got them bent over somewhere.
right?
Like, what are you doing? Well, you knew I was. You knew I wanted us men to be closer together. Can't get no closer than this.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I guess,
Yeah, I'm just showing you some brotherly love, man. I'm showing you some brotherly love.
while he's bending you
Yeah,
over the couch. I'm like,
yeah.
oh, yeah,
Or have you kneeling down in front of him, one of the two.
right,
Yeah. It make you wonder the Absurdian guy. Make you wonder who was he really talking about when he talking about bending over that. Who is he bending over that couch?
yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna leave it. Hi, Charlene, how you doing?
Hey,
Mm,
Charlene.
Hey, how you guys doing?
so good.
Okay.
We're good.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Today's been a crazy day. I went on YouTube and I seen all these videos exposing the honest truth. Do you guys know anything about that?
Yeah, I saw Nyla's live stream yesterday. I haven't seen anything today, but I saw her live stream about him. I was like, yeah, I saw that coming. I mean, I'm like, when my first interaction with him, I already knew. Yeah, it was
What
coming.
what what they saying about him? He seemed to be a
That's
pretty
what
cool guy.
I'm saying. Yeah, like what happened? Like what are they saying that he didn't already tell his fans or tell the
Well,
people he was to?
apparently, he said some pretty damning things about black women. That he was blaming them. He was the video that Nyla put out was he was talking about cuties and how black girls were being sexualized, you know, chilling and stuff like that. And he was kind of putting it on the oldest of the black women on that. So yeah, and then I guess I don't know. Did you see the interview that he did with Space Ghost? I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah, I did. I seen that.
Yeah, and with that video, and then the fact that he didn't go really hard on Space Ghost.
Well, my thing
And
is, what
then
can I
and
like the
then
way
you
I liked his approach when he did the whole interview with Space Goat because it allows us to see where these rappers are coming from and to give them their perspective and we watching exactly what they do. Because you can't go at somebody. Remember, if you go at somebody, you both are turned up, you're not getting no conflict resolved. And if you watch the video at the end, he said he's gonna take down the video he made about Cynthia G. And I think he did take it down. So, I mean, it took a couple of hours, but I think we got through to him.
Right. Yeah, the thing about his fans, they didn't want him. They wanted him to just go like aggressively against him, and
I,
that didn't happen. And I
but
and I
But what does that solve when you
Exactly.
do that? That
Nothing.
doesn't solve anything. You get in more hatred, and it turns upside down. You never come to a resolution.
I,
Yeah, it
I
takes
get it.
away, and it takes away from the interview too.
Right.
Exactly. So he played his cards right. I think people are just hated. That's just me.
And
I
then
think
you,
some of the women had a problem that he was telling a woman to cam up with this guy who had already been arrested for abuse of women um, to show herself on cam to a guy that's already
Oh,
No,
assaulted and is
he
talking about killing and raping women.
oh, so he was
no
telling.
he
Uh,
explained that. He said he wanted us, the people, to cam up so it can make the show more of a better experience. But he allowed
what
people to talk who did not
something
cam up.
new, something new that he's doing because he usually don't scam people up. As far as I know, I thought.
okay, yeah, I didn't see that part.
Is that something new?
No, he just started wanting people to cam up. Like, all right, so if you see people on the camera and you see them face to face, it makes you have
You
more
know,
viewers.
you know what?
You know,
He
it's
did
good
say that.
interaction.
You're right. He did say that, Charlene, in one of his previous videos before that interview. He did say he was gonna have start having people cam up. You're right about it. Because I remember he made that announcement.
Yeah, so I like his approach. Like his approach is a little bit subtle. He does goes in, but he goes in a slick way. He tries to get through to people. So
Hmm.
Right. And
Yeah, but you're risking the woman if he decide he wants to fixate on a woman because he don't like what she said or how she talked to him, or he don't agree with her and he fixate on her to want to hurt her or attack her or kill her. Now he has a face. Not everybody use their own picture as the avatar. So with the avatar or the blank image, he has nobody's face to fix on, to look for.
Right.
Mhm.
See what you
but
mean?
come on,
Yeah.
that you guys make it seem like he is a really like big rapper. He's not small timer. Like he works with like big producers and other people in the rap game. I really don't think he's gonna fixate on somebody unless they're like a big YouTuber. Like Cynthia G. He's trying to get clout by doing that. It's the same thing like other people do.
Hmm.
But he was stupid enough to make the video, had people record it, saying all those horrible things, which is enough to get him arrested. Have the feds go in on him.
The
So
feds,
Yeah, they
the
are.
feds
He got
went after him.
reported.
The feds went after him.
I don't
well, they
think
said,
so, but he got everybody reported him. Like most of the females I was on the live, they all reported him. Lots of people
Um,
reported him.
mhm.
yeah, because technically it's hate speech, ain't it?
yeah, that's
Yeah, it
terroristic
is.
threats.
Mm,
That's federal crime.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but like I think again, like which which was weird for me that some of them were getting going on honest truth about that because I've seen his shows. That's how he always is. He never been that like just macho aggressive, yell at him or nothing like that. He's never been like that. So I don't know why they were thinking he was gonna be any different with this guy. I guess because he said those things against Cynthia G and black women in general, but he's not that guy.
Yeah, and not only that, how you gonna try to get across to somebody and half the time you yelling at them and they don't even care because they already made the video. Like be fighting fire with fire.
Mm. Well, I think because he put himself as he will defend black women, and one of the defense is uh to protect, and even if it has to be aggressively, you know, if you have to go on offense, let him know that what he said about doing to women is wrong, and why it's wrong. Mm, okay, everybody is Borgin.
Oh, sorry.
I think, yeah, Charlene bargaining.
Charlene, you Borgin.
Yeah, you're bargaining real bad. Sorry about.
Yeah. Okay. It gives Charlene a moment to get to a better area.
Yeah, I'm back, y'all.
Oh, hey,
Y'all hear me?
Max. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hey,
bro,
man.
speak. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, bro, speak. That was the same guy that was on the panel. I had to come up here and throw off. I believe he was up here with Aaron Collins and Hassan Burton, and
Yeah,
he was up on the panel instigating a fight between Lucy and the other woman.
yeah,
And
I
despite
remember. I saw it.
right, and despite what y'all was telling him, he didn't listen to none of y'all. When all of y'all was trying to tell him to stay out of that, and that's not what we do over here. He didn't listen to any of y'all until I had to come up and remove him from the panel. That's the same dude.
Yep,
You know,
same guy.
he was exposed. Yeah, he was exposed then for the pony he was. Came up here and tried to antagonize a fight between two black women on the panel. Tried to stay in between them and keep them fighting, trying to escalate the fight. Even though the brothers on the panel was telling him to stay out of that, and that's not what we do over here, he didn't listen to that. I had to come up on the panel and remove him myself.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because it
And they
told
was
him to
telling
stay
them, they
out
all
of
was
it.
telling them.
Let
Every
us
last one,
women
yeah,
have
all
it.
the brothers up there both speak, and all of them tell, hey, dude, you need to chill out, man. Stay out of that. Stop doing that. He wouldn't listen to none of them.
Yeah, and every
So
time I got them down to where they can calmly talk to each other
he would
and
instigate it
settle
again.
their difference.
And then one of the brothers would say something to him, hey, man, look, you need to stay out of that. You know, all of them tried to warn him. He wouldn't listen to none of them. Apparently, he didn't know where he was. Well, he found out quickly.
That's pretty much how he is. I mean, like I said, I've dealt with him on another panel before. He do this. He do that sneak
Look,
dissing
man, the only
people.
fucking geek. The only reason why he even have anybody following him or because he's a manosphere sympathizer. Okay, he's a manosphere sissy bim, red pill. He's a sympathizer. And every time somebody sympathizes with one of them or that group, whatever, they come over there and support. That's why he got hundreds of people in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Because he's a manosphere, red pill, sissy bim sympathizer. But he wasn't. If he wasn't rocking on that boat, man, I doubt he'd have anybody watching. He's a geek.
I don't. Well, I wouldn't say he's a sympathizer. He goes after black men too. But I think where the issue is that he
He
have
goes
a
after. Okay, he goes after black men in a Derek Jackson way.
yeah.
He
That's what
goes after
I was
black
about.
right. He goes after black men to tell the black women right what they want to hear. Right, but he's not really going after black men. He's only doing that to pacify black women. And then he turns around and he drills black women. He's a phony. He's an absolute fake. He's a sympathizer. He sympathizes with the manosphere. He sympathizes with red pill, all these stupid ass pills. He sympathizes with the sissy bill. He's a sympathizer. And then on top of that, you're gonna have a rapist. Who the fuck has a rapist on their show? Where they do that at?
Yeah, you know where, man. You know where.
Fuck
You
us,
know
nigga.
where.
Right, that's covered all the smoke.
And you got a rapist on your show, and you telling the woman to cam up. What?
Yeah, that was.
I don't think he meant any like harm by that, but
You don't think he meant any harm by that? He meant every bit of harm. He knew. He knew who he had on. See, I see these dudes for what they really are. Okay. He knew exactly who he had on that panel. He brought him up there. They had conversations before he came up on the panel. He knew exactly who that dude was. He knew exactly what he was doing. Just like he was sitting up there praising, what's his face? Space Ghost Perp or whatever his name is. What kind of name is Space Ghost Perp, by the way? This is some childish. Look,
I
I
don't
did a
know
show
what
called
kind of
What's in
name
the
that is.
Yeah, I did a show called What's in the Name. You guys got to stop being 40 years old, 50 years old, running around with these little childish names. Space Ghost Perp, Day Day, Juju, Lil Robbie. If you 40 some years old, Lil shouldn't be in your name. Lil shouldn't come before your name. LIL should not come before any part of your name. Lil Robbie, Lil JoJo. Nigga, you 40 years old. Ain't nothing little about you no more. If you're a grown ass man walking around here with the name Day Day, change your name. That just reeks immaturity. 42 years old. My name Day Day Holmes. Day Day? At 40 years old? Really? What do you think? You got cute, pinchable cheeks? Day Day. Running around here with these adolescent childhood street names. 40 some years old. Grow up. One of the problems with you guys now, too immature. You don't want to grow up. That's why you want women to take care of you like you little boys all the time. Running around here with backpacks, with PlayStations and Xboxes in them. Going over to your man's house. He's 40 plus years old too. Y'all playing Madden. Two 40 plus year olds with backpacks with PlayStations in them. Hooking up to play Madden. Y'all ain't hooking up to build nothing. You ain't hooking up to create nothing. You ain't hooking up to get any resources. You're hooking up to play Madden. And then you don't even have the wherewithal to even enter any of these tournaments where you can get some money. Am I coming through here?
Yeah, loud and clear. We hear you.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Everything you
These
say.
white boys and these Asians are millionaires. They don't play these games for free. They got channels. One of the biggest ones out there is this guy who calls himself Trump, a Chinese dude. He's one of the best players out there. This guy get hundreds of thousands of dollars for playing these games. Y'all don't even have the wherewithal to get the money off the games. Y'all just playing for bragging rights in the hood. Yeah, man, I beat you. I whoop your ass in Madden. Dude, what about the $1 million Madden tournament? You want to get involved in that? What about getting sponsorship to play these games, to get these companies to pay you to play these games? These white boys who you see on YouTube and on Twitch, they get paid to play these games. They don't just come up there running their mouth talking about something. Yeah, I just played the newest, version of SoCal for nothing. They get paid to pay and review these games. They get sponsored to play these games. Now they get sponsored, they go to the tournaments. They get good at these games. They pick up sponsors. All you got to do is get good at these games and place in these tournaments, and these sponsors will come for you. Y'all ain't even got the wherewithal to do that. Y'all just running around in the hood doing it for nothing. And don't even have any jobs. And then your girl pay for everything. You could at least get involved in the tournaments and pick up sponsors and get paid. I had more respect for you. You was getting paid to play these games. That's the difference between y'all and these white boys and these Asians and these other races. They get paid to play these games. Y'all don't. Oh, I yield the mic. Am I still on?
Yeah, you good.
No,
So,
Am I yes?
you're absolutely right
Oh,
about
sorry. Why
that.
yes?
You're
Uh,
absolutely right. You know,
not much we
yeah.
can't follow it up. You
yeah, you
you're
coming
right
with
on
the
that.
flame.
I'm just saying it's stupid, man. You guys, man, you out here backpacks, 35, 40 years old, talking about you're a gamer. And you're not getting paid. Gamers get paid.
mhm. Outside, you're right. Outside of that, if you're not getting paid for it, it's just a hobby.
I mean,
Right.
you could even like that one kid who has a whole YouTube channel. What is it? FCTG. They have a whole channel. They got so good at the games that they even make videos, and then they even have their
Yeah.
own game out.
Yeah, but they be getting, man, they be getting rained on. You see them super chats? And they be getting rained on over there. I watched one group, they was playing some kind of puzzle game. Man, they raked in 1,000. Number one playing
Maxie,
millionaire.
You
Max, you
going
got
in
cut
and
off.
out.
Yeah,
Well,
we
you know
couldn't hear you.
what? You really just spoke to something because if you think about it, like you said, the other races, right? This is what they spend their money on. But if you look at our community, you see what we spending money on. Basically bashing. The men are spending money on bashing black women. Because if you look at if you compare those gaming sites to like KS, they raining on KS too. He getting a good $1,000 per every time he go live too. And so,
Yeah.
so it's, what is it? Is it like a game now? Is it a hobby? To bash black women, is that what's going on in the black community?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's either they get paid teaching dudes how to get sex, or they teach them how to bash them. So it's like it's like it's the land of extremes as far as trying to get money for black men in that sense. So
These guys pay alpha male strategies. They pay Alan and Roger Curry to learn how to talk to women. You can't learn how to talk to women on your own. You can't go up to them and start talking to them. Trial and error. Ain't nobody taught me how to talk to them. We didn't get to, man. Guys are stupid, man. And these guys are reeling it. These guys are just reeling in the cash off you dumbasses.
Mm-hmm.
The guy I had on earlier, Golden Showers, right? He said if he had the money, he would pay Kevin Samuels for a session.
wow.
Yeah, if he had the money, he said he would pay Kevin Samuels for a session. Like a session of what? Teach me how to get my life together. Teach me how to talk to women. Teach me how to make money. Teach you
Teach
how to
you,
get your life
Meanwhile,
together.
he already know how to talk to women.
teach you what to do with
Wait a
those
minute.
urges.
Teach you how to get your life together. So basically, what you're saying right now, your life is not together. Your life is messed up right now. I don't understand. What are
Yeah,
you doing if your life is messed up? What are you doing on social media?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you need to work on that.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? You got to get my life together. Get your life together. It's not together right now.
Yeah,
What are you doing on social media?
Mm.
I'll pay Kevin Samuels to help me get my life together. Teach me how to be a high value man and talk to women. Teach him how to
That
be a
just
high value man.
that just sound crazy.
He gonna teach you how to. Don't you gotta have money to be a high value man? According to him.
Yeah, he said,
But you see, you
the funny thing is he said it several times. He said talk to any man that makes less than 100,000 a year. He said that several times.
yeah. I like when that young girl called in and hit him over the head. He started scrambling. Right when she goes to
What?
her, listen, I've been listening to your podcast, and I don't want a high value man. I want a family. That nigga started tap dancing. Well,
Hold
wait a
on,
minute, girl.
what she said? She
I,
don't want a high value man.
yeah,
She
yeah,
want a
yeah.
what?
He was popping on. Yeah, he was popping on the shit about how value man got options and all this other shit, right? She called in. She was young too. She called in. Well, after listening to you and the things you're saying, I don't want a high value man. I want a man to treat me right. I want a man with a family. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. How about you make it have families? Wait a minute, nigga. That's not what you were saying. You were saying they had options.
Well,
Facts.
it's funny, y'all, because I remember saying that. I said, shit, the way I'm listening to this shit, I don't want no fucking high value man at this
No,
point. It's not
no.
looking too pleasing to me.
He hit that
Same
nigga straight over
here.
there. Yo, she hit that nigga over there. That nigga started screaming. Wait a minute. How about you make it have families? No, you said they had options, nigga. Talking about no damn families.
That doesn't
Yeah.
sound appeasing to a woman. Come and
Yeah.
be my trophy person while I dog you out, and it's
He
okay for me
cracked
to
that
do
nigga.
that.
He cracked that nigga dead over his head with that high value man shit. Now I don't want that because he can't let that narrative out there. Because if one woman is saying it, other women are gonna start saying it. So he can't afford that. So he had to go into straight damage control. Oh wait a minute, I'm not saying high value men don't have families, and that's exactly what you're saying. You're saying that the black woman should take all of his shit. He has options. He can date whoever he want. He can do whatever he want, right?
Yep, that's what he said.
Yeah. No, I'm saying how did he change the shit, right? Oh yeah, I'm saying how value making they can have families. They don't mind having families. That's not what you said, though.
Hmm. Because if you take away that high value narrative, he probably start losing money.
Yeah. And
'Cause,
basically, you're tricking anyway with your high value man because you're paying for women. You're paying
I
for
mean,
them.
you're right, Max. Because at the end of the day, any woman that'll set up there and sell her soul for a few bucks, you know what I'm saying? Okay, and then she gotta act like she ain't got no boys. She gotta act like she's not a person, just like especially in his house. You selling your soul. You
Right.
definitely. You know.
And actually, you're not giving yourself any room for error because you're telling black women that they should shoot straight for the cream of the crop. Some black women
Hmm.
probably feel that they can't go that high. What about them? Okay. What about them? They don't get a man?
But I think the whole game is making people reach for impossible standards. You know what I'm saying? Because they're reaching for something. Number one, they don't even believe that they're gonna get it, and then so it's like a never ending stream of money because the people that you're targeting, are regular people. These are first of all, most Americans are not the top 1%. Most Americans are middle class to low class. You know what I'm saying? So if you selling this idea that most Americans will not reach of any race, you know what I'm saying? There's a never ending stream of income because most Americans will never reach what you're talking about. I mean, how many of y'all know people that make more than 100,000 per year? Not. I mean, a few people, but not. That's not the average. The average
Mm,
is about what, 60, 70,000, maybe 50, 60,000 per
that's
year?
right.
I think it's
That's
40,
right.
50.
40,000, yeah, that's the average person's wage.
Some make 35,000.
Right. So it's like, so basically what he's selling is like a fantasy.
Hmm. Well, he just took a picture in a brand new Porsche. If that's
I,
his,
I bet.
that's so apple pie coonish. You know, no, no, not a Porsche, a Ferrari. He took a he took a picture in a brand new Ferrari.
Well,
So basically, would he be considered like a snake oil salesperson?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where he gonna ride this Ferrari at. Because that's a machine, right? They built
Mm,
what to run 160, somewhere around there, 145, 160. What you doing that at? What you driving that at? On the Autobahn? That's in Germany.
mm.
You driving that?
It's just to show off. That's why I
That's
don't
a
think that's his Porsche. Just to show
yeah,
off. Or it's one
Ferrari.
of them Porsches that's just a Porsche for look, not for the speed.
yeah, yeah. That's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, like you said, where they gonna do that at? Unless I don't know. I,
I'm trying to
I
figure
just
out where
never.
all these I'm trying to figure out where all these companies and all these achievements. He said he was a regional sales manager. Can't figure out what company that was for. He said he used to work for MCI. They're out of business. They were out of business for a long time. We don't know what the hell. Can't get nothing there. He said it was a secret shopper. What secret shopper goes to the car dealerships?
Mm.
He said he was a secret shopper going into car dealerships. What the hell kind of secret? I ain't never heard of a secret shopper going into car dealerships. Shopping for what?
Yeah, it's like he say a lot, so it's like, you get jumbled in your brain. You don't, it's like hard to everything that he says, it's like hard to trace back. Like, honestly, if you think about it, not saying this about KS because I don't know him, but if you think about a lot of scam artists, they talk real fast and it has a lot of, they say a lot, but it's like, it's all jumbled up words. It's all, they speak fast, so you can't really pinpoint, you can't really what you call it, verify nothing that they say.
Hmm. Telling people he got melanoma cancer, or he a cancer survivor or something like that. And he's saying that what he was sniffing and scratching perfume samples out of the finger catalog.
Mm.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of stuff. I, well, he say he do a lot of stuff. I don't know.
Well,
I
they had an expose on him, talking about, I guess, he couldn't pay like his rent. Just rent was like 500 a week or something when he was evicted.
Clarence Thomas, man, a young Clarence Thomas.
Mm.
He dressed like a white man, you know, with them skinny, tight ass suits. Like he's got that corporate. He's always got a corporate look. Yeah.
Yeah, like things like medical history, and
I don't
job history.
understand something. You got all this money, right? You got all these suits. Why won't you shave your beard?
Because he's going for the masculine look, man.
That's not. Yeah, you look gruffy as fuck. Like, dude, you look crazy and shit, man. Like, you got all this shit on. You got this got this gray rubble stub type beard. Y'all gonna trim that, dog?
Max, once I remember, this is about a year ago. I smoked his ass so hard, because I remember he used to be skinny, real skinny, right? That was his trademark. I smoked his
Hmm.
ass so hard, and in my roast, I said, I said, you talk about some high value and you talk about weight size. I said, first of all, how about this? How maybe I want a man that weigh more than me. Do you know it wasn't about a month later he started gaining weight?
Hmm.
That's when he
Wow.
started putting on weight. I told his
You
ass
know
so
what,
hard.
Trinity?
We used to talk
You
about what
couldn't.
we really want a woman at a certain weight. I said, well, how about
Yeah,
this? I
you.
want a man that weigh more than me.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You know what? You wouldn't last on this show. He'd be afraid of you. He'd
No,
hang
he
up on you.
no, he kicked me
Huh?
off. He never let me on his show.
Nah, he ain't gonna. He ain't gonna let no woman do that can really challenge him. He's not gonna do that. That's why he go after these young women.
Yeah.
That's why he keep going after these young women. So one crack them over the head. You know, go after the young one. He's not gonna go after a seasoned woman that can handle up, that can really challenge him. He ain't gonna do that.
Oh, he's had a few come up there that have challenged him.
Like
There's
who?
been a few. Shoot, I think there was this
I ain't
Instagram.
never seen no. I ain't never seen no real woman up there challenging this dude. There's always these young, impressionable women that he can influence and bully. I've never
Yeah,
seen a seasoned, grown woman on that show who can think for herself.
Mm.
I've never seen that.
he knew
And
better. And
somebody he can't bully.
me and him have been on a couple panels together. He would
Yeah,
not let me do so. I
I
remember
ain't
I went
seen
up
it.
time and I was pregnant and I was like, I just don't know what to do. I'm a disciplinarian problem. He was like, yeah, yeah. That was
You know
like
what?
that was before he got famous though.
Yeah, I don't understand what you guys, right? The brothers, right? Why do y'all back a guy like this? Y'all don't think there's something wrong with this? You don't think there's something out of the way about this, something unusual? Back in my day, we would never back a. We would chase a guy like this out of the neighborhood. We would never back anybody like this. This dude is counterproductive. We would never go back anybody like that. Well, I don't understand. What is it? Do the black men today feel that they at a loss or they need a hero? I mean, well, I don't get it.
I think at this point, Max, their self esteem is so low. All they want to hear is good things. All they want to hear is like their own thoughts projected back to them. They don't want it. It's like
Hearing anything good from him? I mean,
yeah,
that
sometimes it's like sick. You have to like, everything has to feel good. You can't handle nothing. That's why they can't handle no adverse communication. They can't handle anything that they're not already played out in their mind. That's why they're so easily manipulated. Basically, KS is basically a male pick Misha. He's basically doing what pick Mishas do to them. All you have to do is listen to what they have to say, listen to their complaints, and just agree. That's it. They don't have, because they're like it's like you're dealing with like a child or like a sick person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, basically he's just a male version of I guess Derek Jackson. I guess the
Yeah.
I mean that's
he's not. But they're trying to say he's like Tommy. I don't understand why Tommy is such a. This is what I don't understand, right? Back in my day, we had famous men, right? You had the Malcolm X's and all of that. When you fast forward to the day, I mean, you guys got Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor, Thomas Sowell, Jesse Lee Peterson, all these super coons. That's what y'all on right now. I mean, this is it. This is the passing of the torch. Are these the new Malcolm X's and Mega Evers and stuff like that?
Max, I call them Looney Tunes.
Yeah. Are these the new tune he's what the new Wiley Coyote? I mean, who is the who are these guys, man? These your leaders now? A bitch nigga like Tommy Sotomayor, or even a bigger bitch nigga like Kevin Samuels? That's your mans now? That's your leaders? That's your Malcolm X?
well, some seem like that. I don't.
I mean, I don't understand, man. You guys, these types of dudes are counterproductive to your entire race, man. They jeopardize your entire race, and this is what you praising and they backing up. You know, guys like this will make you look bad to the rest of the world.
Hmm. You know, they said, the black woman don't deserve protection, but they said protect KS at all costs.
Yeah, that.
And then you know went full, and then you know went full anti female. He
Yep.
talking about something. We need to start producing. We need to start promoting men being with men.
Yep. I'm like, I'm like, that's your man's.
Yeah, I mean
Go,
that's not
go.
something Malcolm X would
Hey,
ever.
that's your
Malcolm
man's
X would
there.
never. Yeah, but Malcolm X would never say something like that.
No.
I mean, we don't. Like I said, we don't went from Malcolm X and all these guys to Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor,
Yep.
guys who were known for being bitches and arguing with women and that's it. That's the best you can do. Guys ain't known for no world renowned actions or breakthroughs in medicine or science or any of that stuff. They're known for talking shit on YouTube, carrying, threatening black women, hating black women, hating black children. That's what they're known for.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And that's y'all leader. That's if an alien came to you from another planet and said take him to your leader, that's what you're taking him to, Kevin Samuels.
Now, they probably go with the alien, but But
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, that don't give y'all any pause. Like, man, what are we doing, man? We supposed to be men. What are we doing? I mean, y'all don't self-reflect at all.
nope.
Wow.
Max, I want to ask you
Okay,
this.
he's back.
Who?
Golden Showers.
Golden Shower. Yeah, he could be back all he want, but he can't come up. You know, and see it. Remy don't want him up here.
All right, I'm kicking him out.
Yeah, you be in the channel, in the chat, Golden Showers. But no, they done had enough of him. They don't want him up here. But I don't want
How
to alienate the women in here. Huh?
how long do you think it's going to take before they start basically assembling gangs against black gangs against black women?
I don't know. I don't know if they're ever going to come out of it. I think this generation of men are done, man. I think they're cooked. Especially the ones that are following Kevin Samuels. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Anytime you got some dude who over 35 talking about he would pay Kevin Samuels to help him get his life together, and you on social media, you don't have your life together now? Your life is, what is your life now? I'm curious about that. Hey, Golden Showers, type in the chat. Answer this question. What's wrong with your life now where you would pay Kevin Samuels over $1,000 or $2,000, whatever you want, to help you be a better man and get your life together? How come you can't? What's wrong with your life now? Other than the fact that you can't get any black women. And I don't understand that, man. Like, I would pay Kevin Samuels to help me get my life together. Really? You want to pay $2K? I'll charge you less than that, man. I'll help you out. Shit. Give you a better price. I give you a better. Give me. I tell you what. Give me 9 of that. Give me 9. and I'll give you better advice than he would.
Okay.
Okay. This is embarrassing, man. Like
You
y'all
know,
paying
Matt.
these, huh?
Sorry.
Yeah, y'all paying these dudes. These guys are making. Listen, these guys are writing books off of you guys. You know, what is Obsidian doing writing a book
Right.
that somebody would actually buy? I mean,
Yeah,
come on, man. You know, guys, they making a killing off of y'all, man. Y'all so damn stupid, like, and gullible. And they think y'all stupid too. They making all this money off of y'all. They don't even know. Kevin Samuels don't get two shakes of a cat's head about any of y'all. You're making too much money off of y'all. You getting paid off of y'all, giving y'all what y'all want. You realize that many of you dudes are worthless. They getting paid off of you. Alan Roger Curry's getting paid off of you. Alpha Male Strategies is getting paid off of you.
You know,
I
Matt.
guarantee you, huh?
What I want to know is, when will black men understand that they're putting themselves in a dangerous position? Because once they lose the support of the black woman, then the people that want to kill them, they can just kill them at will now. If the black woman is turning her head, because they're
Oh yeah,
trying to
no
say that
doubt.
white woman is going to protect them. Really, number one, what you need to understand is that white women kill black women. Okay, black women has been protecting
Mm-hmm.
y'all for, and basically putting their stories out there and making a movement for y'all, so y'all not getting set up here and getting
You sound
murdered
muffled, Trinity.
in the excuse me, so you're not getting murdered at will in these streets. Okay, what
Mm-hmm.
do you do when a black woman basically turn her head the other way when there's the next police shooting, the next murder? Okay, and then black women has been there, being the face, of the movement, so y'all don't just set up and get treated horribly, and then
Mm-hmm.
now you even put yourself in a position where black women are saying, well, they probably deserved it. Is that really what y'all feel like you want? These.
Yeah. I say I don't think they care.
nope.
I honestly think some of these dudes want to commit genocide and suicide.
Wow.
Yep.
I really honestly don't think they care. I don't think they care about themselves. I think that they probably feel that they're in a situation that they can't do nothing about or get out.
Nope.
He's scared of the white man. He's got him spooked.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he ain't got no manhood to speak of. It's just, he's a coward about everything. So I don't know. I think some of them feel that, ain't no hope.
Well, I mean, let's look at it, especially if you talk about the white man. Most of them are employed by the white man. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
that's that's one problem. Like I was saying, there was a live stream that this guy was doing about placating to white people, and I said, well, most of these people are employed by the white man, so they're not going to go against their money. So, and they probably in a job, if they got a job, they're in a job that they don't like particularly,
Well, that's
so
because they immature when it comes down to doing things for themselves. You know,
right.
I'm in the trucking industry. I got my own rig. Any of these guys can do the same thing with some 1-2, right? All
Right.
it takes is a little bit of 1-2. But these guys, I hear them talk. They talk about things that they know are not going to come to fruition. Like, for example, I heard one dude talking about this. Let's go to Africa and open up some shea butter businesses. Or let's go to Africa and open up some taco shops.
He
These
said
are the kind of
taco
things,
shop.
yeah, tacos, yeah. See, these are the kind of things that let a person know that you're not serious about nothing, and that you're cool with being a dependent. You're in a dangerous situation. You depend on everybody else to survive. Nobody depends on you,
That's
but you
it.
depend on everybody else. You depend on other people to eat. You
Mm-hmm.
depend on other people to get housing. You depend on
Yes.
other people for transportation. You depend on other people for money. You depend on other people for everything. You're in a
Exactly.
dangerous situation.
Exactly.
You're in a dangerous situation. You should not be running around here talking about some bump and dump. Are you insane?
Even
You're
if
in a dangerous situation, bro. You can't feed yourself. You can't support yourself. You can't house yourself. You run around here talking about some pump and dump. And y'all niggas co-signing with your chest out talking about some bump and dump. Sounding like a dumbass, man. Who the hell makes a video like that? Why y'all let them put that shit out there? Did they get any pushback from any real black men other than me and Taz? I know Taz went after him. I know I went after him. Did anybody else go after these dudes? How dumb and stupid that video was.
Nope.
not that I know of, no, but
Why
I
y'all let
mean,
them get away? Why y'all let them get away with it? That makes black men look bad.
uh, like I told you before, was that any different from a lot of these rappers?
You know what they look like? Man, they look like overgrown kids, grown ass men dressed like high school teenagers.
Said they don't care.
With some juvenile mentality. Bumping, dumping these bitches. Seriously? You're in a dangerous situation. You are dead last in this world. Dead last. Does it matter to you that you don't produce more than anyone? You produce nothing. There's no race of men on this planet that you produce equal to or more than. You are in the dead last position in society. You don't own shit. You have no wealth. And you are a complete dependent. You can't even stand up and be your own man. You're out here talking about some pump and dump and then making dumbass videos dressed like juveniles. You guys are in your 40s and shit.
They're in
That's
their
another goddamn
40s.
thing. That's another goddamn thing. When are y'all going to grow the
You gotta be
f-
lying. They're in
and
their
dress like
40s.
grown ass men? Yeah. I think Ramil's like 40s. Anyway, when y'all going to grow up and start dressing like grown ass men? Start running around here dressed like overgrown teenagers. Sneakers, fucking, cut off fucking shorts, big ass fucking hockey jerseys and shit. Looking straight childish. Still got little street names. 35, 35, 40 years old. Still walking around here with street names like Tutu, Lil JoJo, the infamous Day Day. When are y'all gonna grow the fuck up, man?
My
It's
my thing
embarrassing.
is my thing is why would you continuously promote that if and then complain about it? You promote pump and dump and then you complain about child support. How does
Yeah,
that make sense? That doesn't even. You should be talking about marriage and being good fathers and
yeah, I know. Man, that video was dumb, man. I don't know how that. Man, how do y'all let that go down like that?
And then when you present this to them, they gonna say, "What you doing? I'm making videos on how to invest into cryptocurrency." Yeah, you made one video, maybe two, but the rest of the
Scams.
time, Let's say the time where you talking about women
right?
pumping and dumping,
Scam,
how to get away with shit.
Brother,
scams and far-fetched ideas. You know where that comes from? That comes from the hustler mentality, right? See, a lot of black dudes don't think about actually doing anything legitimate. Everything's a hustle. Everything is a quick buck. This is why you don't have any corporate businesses. This is why you don't have any standing businesses. Because you don't think like a businessman. You think like a goddamn person in the street, a hustler. That's why you can't
Fact.
establish any real businesses.
No, this is true. What Max is saying. Let me tell you, I know this guy, right? You know, he has a good mentality and everything. And he get a business and he wants to be a government contractor. He can't even use his own name because his credit is so jacked up. He can't put
Uh,
nothing in his name. He can't get a credit card. Everything he has
no,
to do, he has to ask people to borrow money.
uh,
But he has a good head on his shoulders. Like he got a deal for $10,000. But the stuff that he's doing, like you know how we in business, you got to be here on time, and your word is your bond. If you lose your word in business, you lose your credibility,
yeah.
and then nobody's gonna really want to work with you. So they need to learn that. They're not learning that. They waiting until they get older, and then they burn their bridges, and then they don't know where to go to from then.
Yeah, y'all don't even have a boss mentality, man. Y'all are okay with just relying on other people, just depending on them. But you don't want to start anything for yourself. You don't want to own anything. You'd rather rent for the rest of your life and have somebody else control your destiny. You sitting up here talking about you want women to submit. Why would you submit to you when you're going to have her living in a place where you're not even a man? There's a man over you. So how's she going to rest her head in that environment when she knows that you don't have the final say so in that environment? There's somebody over you that can change your environment in a heartbeat. She can go from nesting in an environment with her kids to being put out on the street. And there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do? Go to her while y'all got screaming kids, yelling kids, crying kids. She's got babies in her arm. Y'all on the goddamn street with all your shit packed. What you gonna do? Baby, don't worry. I'll get another apartment. So y'all can get kicked out again? Y'all can't even put a roof over your woman's head. An apartment is not a roof. That's a temporary shelter. A home that you own, that's a roof. Y'all can't even put a roof over your women and children's head. Y'all running right here talking about some pump and dump. Talking about y'all making six figures, but you can't put a roof over your woman's head.
They make contradicting statements all the time.
Yeah.
Like first they want a woman to like, oh, you got to be at home, you got to do this, you got to do that, and you can't have too much of a high standard. But yet, if you pick somebody and they don't take care of your child or they run out on you, you should have chose better. But how you expect me
Right.
to choose better than you told me my standards are too high? Come on,
Well, at the
please make
time
it.
at the time you thought you was choosing better. I don't think women go out here and talk to men that they know are effed up, which is what y'all try to say, right? Y'all try to say that black women purposely go out here and keep lying on them talking about they choosing the Pookies and Ray Rays. I don't know any black women with Pookies and Ray Rays. I've seen black women in the hood with Pookies and Ray Rays. I ain't never see a black woman married to one. I'm still trying to figure out where y'all seen these black women at. I mean, they run around with them in the hood. They may even have sex with them every now and then. But I've never seen a black woman married to a real life, authentic Pookie or Ray Ray. I've never seen that. And y'all keep saying that black women purposely go out here and seek out bad men for relationships. Come on now. Maybe anything to get y'all off the hook, anything to allow y'all to maintain victimhood, because you're a failure as a black man, you're a failure as a leader, and you're a terrible father. You're probably one of the worst fathers on earth.
And you
I
know
mean,
what?
at this point, a penguin is a better father than you.
You know what? I just want people to know that we're not saying this to bring black men down, but we just saying that because we know you could do better. Like find it within yourself. Like be the change you want to see in the world. It's that simple.
Yeah, we're not talking about all black men anyway. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
keep saying that. We're only talking about the ones who this fit with. All these fake ass manosphere dudes, these puppet. First of all, what is their black? What are we doing with a black manosphere? Why is there even a black manosphere? For what? What purpose do they serve?
What they said because they want to keep us in check. They want to hold women accountable.
Man, you gotta be kidding me, man. Gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, by having 8 hour live streams, just call them names.
That's like that. That's like going to. That's like going for a high ranking, job at a bank where you got to know mathematics and all that. But all you bring to the table in your background is that you swept floors for a living.
Right.
I mean, you got to be kidding me, man. We don't need no damn man. We don't need no manosphere. For what? I mean, following these white dudes. Yeah, y'all can't do what. I wish y'all stopped trying to follow behind these white men. You can't do what they do. They got power. You don't have any power.
But wait, if they following them, they not doing a really good job following.
They can't because you don't have any. Understand, a white man has power and he owns shit. Y'all are disqualified for following him and trying to do. You can't do what he does. You don't have his kind of power. You don't have his resources. You don't have his reach. Can't do what he does.
Well,
You don't even have anything.
well, the thing of it is, they following the bums of the white community. They're not really following the uh, uh, the Jeff Bezos, the Bill Gates of the world. They following the incels of the white people. That's who they
No,
follow.
they got too many damn excuses. They had a white man who called into Cynthia G show. You know what he said? He didn't even go to college. He said he worked from the time he was like 17, cleaning people's houses to the point where he owns his own business and he has people clean other houses, office buildings and stuff.
Hmm.
It doesn't when you know you got somebody who's dependent on you, you got a family to you got to create, you got to provide. You could unlock things in your mind to make it happen.
Well, that's the thing. I think really a lot of these dudes never been put in that type of situation where it's like do or die time.
I think that's what we need to do. Like, remember how they say back in the day when we was segregated, we did really good?
Hmm.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because you didn't have a choice. Unfortunately, a lot of these dudes they have a choice.
Hey, damn.
Yes.
This damn man. Hey, pick up your phone in a minute. I'll be right back, y'all.
All right.
Yeah, they have a choice. Um, and fortunately, some of them make their own choices, and and they have a group that allow them to double down on that choice. And let them be derelict, let them be just not be what they need to be as a man. Because even you have men that come up to them, they don't have to listen to them because again they got numbers to counter it. So it's difficult to say the least.
Listen, all they have to do is try. You know how many people will give a black man a job? You know how many people will give black men chances after chances? I'm sorry. I feel like, if anything, they have more privilege than anything. I swear to you, sometimes I feel that way.
Well,
Maybe I'm the only one, but that's how I feel. Listen, I swear to you. If you're a black man and all you do is try, you put a little effort in. You even just get a suit and some shoes, and you show up to the job interview, and you tell the guy, "Listen, I got a family. I gotta try to make this work." You know, a lot of people will sympathize with you.
well, I'm gonna say yes and no. I do think that I how do I put this? I think if people see that you have a reputation of being a hard worker and that you are, like you said, trying, yeah, somebody's gonna give you a chance. Does that mean everybody's gonna give them a chance? No. And and then in some ways you do. Some people, they want to see you at least bring something to the table, so to speak, before they'll give you a chance too. So, but I don't think, again, a lot of these guys, I think, way too comfortable being dependent. They just, it's generation after generation of seeing other men be dependent on women, uh, white men, just dependent on everybody. I mean, you know, it's that's what they used to. That's they used to seeing. Nobody has taught them, hey, no, you can't be dependent on other people. You got to get it for yourself. So and the only time they get it for themselves is usually just to get sex. It's, it's not for family, for them to build something for their legacy. It's just to get sex. So
But doesn't sex get old after a while? Like, I mean, after you try every woman out there, and after you do that, after a while, doesn't that get old? Don't you want more?
you, if you're getting access to women like that, yeah, it does. But you also got to understand a lot of these dudes are not getting that type of access to women. Or if they getting that access, it's not the women they really want. There's that too. So it's it's simple, but it's kind of I don't know. It's complicated with that. It's as far as, but the main thing, like they're they're dependent. These guys are used to being dependent, and you have years of being dependent. Whether they were getting out of jail, they're dependent on their mama, the uncle, their woman, and then they depended on the white man to give them a job, or the Latin man, or the Asian man to give them a job. They're not they they never been that teaching them how to be independent, building, getting trades, or building your own, to where people come to you for work, instead of you going to them. That was lost. And now if you try to teach that, they're not listening to you.
I think I think not too long ago they had it when you know how you go to jail, or sometimes you go to juvenile courts, and sometimes the court order, the judge will order you to like go to the military or make you serve.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
think we should make that a requirement. Like, if they're not doing nothing with their life productive, and they're like 18, 19, I think they should be like They should get shipped out.
Like Israel.
Right. Well, that's what they had the draft for, but that was struck
That was
down.
for war. Drafts were for war.
Right.
No. And that went out around the Vietnam War. Oh, is it the?
Right.
Uh-huh.
Now, Vietnam War. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They
you
still they still kind of do that now. Like ten
They
years
do the
ago.
selective service for the boys.
Yeah, they still do it. They still the judgments. They still have them go to the military.
yeah, I'm well,
But
I've never been
not as wide as they used to.
right. I don't know because I've never been in no trouble like that. So yeah, some of y'all probably know more than I do about that part.
I know in
But
Texas for a while they were sentencing them to Job Corps.
yeah, yeah, my brother had Job Corps, yeah, because I know my brother had to do that. He got in trouble, and they sent him to Job Corps. Didn't quite work, but they did.
I think going to the military, like going to a branch of service, Marines, one of them, I think will do them justice. If they have to a maximum, they have to serve 4 years. I think it'll make them become an overall better person.
Mm,
And they will at least have they'll actually have to be on their own. They will work and they will get paid, and they'll be around like other men around them. Hopefully, some good examples.
nah.
I think it's good, and they'll learn discipline, and they'll learn how they have to like achieve stuff. They have to work together in a work center. They have goals. They have missions that they have to achieve. I think it's a really good, like cultural thing. I think it's good.
Mm.
Well, I remember we was on a live stream, and the guy asked, which would be better, military, school, or teaching them to be managers. And
I think military.
right. That's why I said military because we don't have enough black men to get them to be managers and teach them how to do that, and to give them that structure so they can avoid the military and schooling. You still have to have some type of discipline. So that's
Yes,
why I said that. Yeah, they should be going to the military because at least there you get this. You learn that discipline. You're around other men who's not gonna baby you or anything, and you get a lot of benefits coming from that. Now, as long as you know what you going in there for, you should be fine.
yeah, I think yeah. I totally agree. It's like it's a lot of benefits to it. You get to travel. You might work some long hours, but it's okay. You're still young. You could do it. I don't
Hmm.
see anything wrong with it. I think it's good. It teaches them discipline, and it teaches them to be self-sufficient.
Right.
And they have like so much classes on how to get a house, how to build wealth while you're in the military. You're around positive people. And I think they just need that. And they're young, they're young minded, it's the best time to do it. I'm not saying they can't do it if they get out. I think we could have that same environment outside the military if we go to church. We have to have a community. That's the number one thing. If we don't have a community, then we don't really have anything.
No, we really don't. That's why, like I said, I agree with you about the military, especially you have a boy that's coming out of these neighborhoods who they didn't have no structure, anything. They need that discipline because you can't put them in like management training because that does require discipline. And if they coming out of these neighborhoods with no discipline, that's not going to work. So yeah, like I said, the military would be the best spot for for a young man. Hello.
No, we're still here. I think I was
Yeah,
online and I seen this
yeah.
organization where they have like sponsors for meals.
Hmm. But I was
So like if
thinking maybe, maybe not 4 years, maybe two. Because I don't know. I have the feeling that the military keeps thinking we're too big and stuff like that.
the minimum contract now is 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
I think they're trying to make it 6 years because you have to go to school for about a year and a half, almost 2 years, so that they don't get much out of you if you only
Oh.
sign for 4 years.
Mm. And
Mm.
then the war breaks out. War. Whew.
Yeah, you stuck.
What is it good for?
What?
And then you stuck there longer than if your enlistment is up, you still there until they send you back home.
That's true, but you get to travel, you get to see the world, you get to see people from different backgrounds. I think it's an
Uh,
overall good experience.
And I know a bunch of them that did it to see the world, and they went to a landlocked state. It's like I remember one family friend. He's like, I joined the Navy so I could travel and see the world. And where did they send me? They send me to a landlocked state. What kind of sense does that make? Uh-huh.
Wow. Dang.
I said, well, hey, it's a state you never been to before. And it said, yeah, right. I'd rather have been on a ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the guys on the ship rather have been on land.
Mm. I think we just gotta keep our kids busy. Either
Yeah,
sports, Bible study, church.
and a
Always,
lot of and a lot of young guys, they don't know what they want to do. Some of them know they just don't want to go to school anymore. They don't want to go to college. You
Hmm.
know, they at the most they might be thinking I'll get a job, but a job in what? No, they don't know. Training for the job, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them end up going to college because hey, it's just something to do.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, like I said, military, mini job corps, stuff like that. That would be, something they can learn some skills, really.
Mhm.
But but the
And
way it
then
is
something
now,
mhm.
I was gonna say something that's gonna keep them busy, and they are part of something bigger than themselves.
yeah,
Um, they're working together with a group. They're all achieving a common goal, and every day they're going up, and they have a sense of purpose. I think is the main thing.
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
But Remy, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Just sitting here listening to all this information.
Oh, okay.
Then there's some real true ish. Our Papa Charlie was amazing soldier. My son was about the OMG. So there's a job, a career, and then there's a owning management of your own shebang and heart help. Okay, that's from America Joneses. Yeah, but that might explain a cousin, um, in the Air Force. Okay, so before he got married, him and some fellow buddies of his in the military, they would buy houses, fix them up, and flip them. Or the ones that didn't flip, they rented out. There was like a couple of them that they couldn't flip, so they just rented it out. And by the time he left the area, he was a homeowner of commercial properties. And eventually he had sold one because he was going overseas, and he that was going to be way too far away for him to be able to keep management of the property, because he's like a little bit more hands-on type. It's only so far he trusts a management service. But he ended up selling one of the houses to a college as a fraternity, I believe. Okay. Oh, y'all preparing for me to tell y'all a story. Well, there's no story to tell. It's just
Well,
that.
we
Hmm.
we thought there was a little bit more with it.
Yeah, no. But I wonder what idea occurred to him. His dad died when he was young. His stepfather, well, yeah, he did a little fixing around the house, but not to that level that I know of, where you taking a derelict house and you repairing it and fixing it up and it's livable and you're renting it out. Where did those ideas come from? I didn't think about it at the time. I just thought he was a smart kid because his older brother, same military, wasn't thinking in that direction. But his brother was planning on going career military while he was not.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised he stuck to it for 10 years.
I don't know. Maybe he enjoyed it. I guess maybe he enjoyed the traveling.
Yeah, until he found out that there's something in the air of Korea that disagrees with him, and he had like something like a, a athletic shock or something like that, and they couldn't, and they had to reassign him because if he stayed there, it was gonna kill him. Yeah,
Oh,
they had to ship him to Japan to keep him from dying.
oh wow. Dang.
Yeah, they can't figure it out. The closest thing they can figure out, there's something in the air in in Korea that he's having a reaction to, but they don't know
Mm.
what. I mean, as soon as he stepped down in Korea, he started having a reaction.
Well, maybe. Yeah. Maybe the
Yeah,
chemicals or something.
yeah.
'Cause I
I
thought they.
wonder. They thinking maybe it's just that particular area of Korea, but they kind of moved him around a little bit. But I was like, okay, he can't stay there. He's gonna die.
Wow, man, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's like he said he said what kind of chemicals could there be in the air over there? Japan ain't that far away, and I ain't having no problem in Japan.
But don't they have a lot of like chemical plants in North Korea? Um,
No, South Korea.
oh, South
North,
Korea.
North Korea is
Yeah, not North Korea.
other
South.
side. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
South Korea, South Vietnam.
And Japan.
Hmm.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
but
That's kind of
Japan wasn't killing them. Japan wasn't killing them, but whatever was going on in South Korea, he was having allergic reaction to a severe allergic. The the stuff they use for you know for the allergic shock system wasn't enough. They had to kind of keep him on a steady dose of it, high dosage of it. Um, it's like no, we can't. Yeah, cause they They found out. Okay, he was in. I'm trying to remember which area. I think it was Kuwait or I don't remember one of them. The areas that we was fighting, and he had a delay on he's the guy that goes in front of the the vehicles and unarmed landmines, and and he had just stepped away from one that he thought he had disarmed and it blew. And they had to rush him from there, and they sent him to South Korea. And then he was having a reaction during the surgery. Yeah, yeah.
Dang.
They had to put him in a bariatric chamber.
Wow. Damn.
And then ship him to Japan. Hmm.
Dang. That's crazy, man.
Oh, yeah. And he said it was worse for him if he fell asleep. Okay, when he was in there, he wasn't exactly thrilled. But what happened is he'll go to sleep and then he'll wake up thinking he's in a coffin and it'll freak him out.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. God dang. That's crazy, man.
Mhm.
That kind of reminded me like my coworker. She she came over here to America. She's from Costa Rica. She didn't have asthma. She come
Uh-huh.
here, all type of respiratory problems. She got asthma, and she's like allergic to the point where it's like she couldn't even come to work because of it. So I think that's probably
Yeah,
not
yeah,
as extreme as that guy, but I think that's she said
yeah.
it's just from
That's
being here.
yeah, because he couldn't get out of the hospital. You know, and even the hospital wasn't stabilized enough. As I said, at one point they had to put him in a bariatric chamber. So, so they can filter the air that was coming through. And usually hospitals are pretty well filtered, but still there's people going in and out. So that means there's air going in and out.
Right. Yes. Man. Feel bad, feel bad for your cousin that had to go through all that. Dang.
Yeah. Oh, he's all right. It's just that he can never go to Korea. It's like, well, can you go to Japan? Yeah, I can go to Japan. Japan was fine, but he just wasn't stationed there. They're just there for his health reasons.
Right.
And he was supposed to be stationed to Japan. I mean to Korea. And so he ended up going to England.
Uh-huh.
Uh, it wasn't in his chosen field. As I said, he would disarm landmines, blow up bridges if it was necessary. Well, he's in the demolition aspect of construction. Although he do other construction, but that's his main thing. Okay, everybody's shutting down. It's getting late. I
Yeah.
have no story to tell. Sorry, no bedtime story for you. Will speak.
Oh man, come on.
No, no, no. I'll just get into a discussion about your show, and I think you and Max about covered it all. It's just that that part where you're saying just because the father ain't there, that does not mean she stopped parenting. No, that's not what we were saying. We were saying that she's still parenting, whether she's parenting badly or the best parent and mother in the world. There's still gonna be a difference if the man is not there. Just
Mm-hmm.
even though you said you used the example of the stay-at-home mom and the father goes to work. Yeah, she's a stay-at-home mom because the father is working. But if the father just go, okay, I had enough of this, I'm going, she's gonna have to go to work. And so that means she's not there. She's not as there as she was when when he was there when he was there to take the work aspect and she can concentrate on the kids. But
Yeah.
even nowadays, both parents gotta work. But usually the father would take the full workload and she would be like the part time so she can be there for the kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and we're saying and if he ain't and if he completely separates himself from the kids, he's not parenting them, he's not taking an interest in them, he's not involved in them in some kind of way, then it could happen. I'm not saying all the boys you know act up, but they do be feeling themselves, they do be borderline, they the man in the house and stuff like that, or they stop listening to their mother, or they hear what she's saying, but it's like the peanut teacher want, and yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I kind of, I get what you're saying. My whole thing on that was I wasn't really talking about the women that were doing what they're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm,
That really wasn't what I was trying to go after them because like I said, my mother was doing what she was supposed to do. I wasn't really going after them. I was going
yeah.
after the notion that we're kind of like putting all the mothers in this one basket, and that's you know that's the thing that I was kind of going
But
against. If I was going, if it was like I'm just blaming black mothers, period. If that's what people got from that, then no, that's not what I was trying to go for. At least that wasn't my intention. If people took it that way, I apologize. I wasn't going after black mothers in entirely. Cause no, and no, I wasn't trying to give these black fathers a pass. No, I said in that podcast, I said, look,
mm-hmm.
if you weren't there and that mother is treating your kids badly, you ain't there. I mean, what you have to you have no complaints. I even said that about my own dad. My dad was saying some negative stuff about my mother, and I'm looking at him with the side eye. I said, dude, you wasn't there. So you have no right to complain about whatever she did. You weren't there. So that was really just I wasn't trying to yeah. My
Okay,
thing wasn't
but
blaming mothers for what fathers do. I don't
okay.
I wasn't trying to do that and give them a pass. No, I don't give men pass for anything. I mean, so that's just what I don't do.
Okay. But you do know there's always a possibility the mother could be the best and the child is still going to not necessarily turn out the best. You know.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I know that too. And then, like I said, like buying drugs and alcohol and stuff like that, that stuff you can't really control. I mean, you can't control if some kid get hooked on drugs and he's acting the fool. I can't blame her for that. You
Okay.
know,
Well. What if her kid's not doing drugs? What if he's the drug dealer?
If he's the drug dealer,
Yeah, she tried to turn him around. He think he's grown. It's like you can't be in my house selling this stuff. He leaves her house,
what?
and of course, him being a drug dealer, he's gonna eventually got to protect his territory, and he shoot up a few people. Is it still her fault
For kicking him out?
for kicking him out, for him turning out the way he did? That he
No,
mm-hmm,
no, I wouldn't blame her for that. I mean, but even in that, she was still trying to be a parent. She's
mm-hmm,
like, no, this is wrong. You can't do that, and you can't do that here. So when
mm-hmm,
she kicked him out, she was still being a parent. There's some women that will let him sell drugs in the house.
mm-hmm.
They So if she kicked him out because he was doing something, even though he was making money, he was selling the drugs. What was that? I was remembering that movie, Jason Lyric, where
Uh-huh.
I forgot the actor's name. That guy he was selling drugs. He bought the turkey and all that, but
Uh-huh.
she was like, "No, you can't. No, I'm not accepting this. You did it selling drugs." That that I'm not gonna blame her for that. She was trying to be a parent. She was trying to set him straight. Now he chose not to do that. He chose want to be grown. Hey, you kick him out. That's I don't fault her for that.
Okay. So,
But
but
if she was letting him sell drugs in the house and stuff like that, then I'd be getting on her
so
because
you
you're just
fault.
fighting danger.
So it's her fault if he doesn't respect her. In the sense that he's not listening to her. He's becoming aggressive. Um, that he's using his bigger size to try to bully his mother. Is that her fault too?
I believe so. You never taught him to be respectful of you because we've seen athletes who are bigger and stronger than their mothers, but they still respect their mother. They'll do anything for their mothers.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're able to get that, but these particular women don't get that, I can't. It's like I can't
Oh,
put everything on
okay.
a.
Well, what if he's not listening to her because he's listening to other people. His dad is saying, she's the reason why I left the house. She won't let me, be with you, or you be with me, or me to be there to be a father to you. And he believes it. And he start, being disrespectful because he wants to believe his father. He wants to believe other men. He sees certain things that maybe some of these other men are talking about, and he believes she's no good, or that she kept him away from his father away from him.
Mm, that will really depend on. Uh, to me, that would depend on her because I'm looking at it like
Hmm.
my father tried to turn me against my mother. It
Hmm.
didn't work because my mother had so much good standing with me that every time he did try to insult her, I'm just looking at him with the side eye. I'm like, I'm not listening to you
Hmm.
on that note. And
Yeah,
don't
but
get
if
me
you,
wrong, I love my
mhm,
father.
uh-huh.
I loved my father, but when it came to that kind of stuff, no, I ain't listening to you for that.
Okay.
So so that's just like I said, that just really depends on their mother because I just because I know how I was with my mother. I know how other guys are with their mother. I just it just to me, I can't see where their father all of a sudden could just have that hasn't been there, hasn't contribute anything. All
Okay.
of a sudden he can just out of the blue say, yeah, your mother was the one kept me out, and the boy is just gonna believe that.
Mhm.
I mean, I just
Okay.
maybe
You,
maybe
you could be
maybe
you could
it's
be
just
true. You could be true.
yeah.
I know for a fact he's a good kid. His mom, she's respectable, but she don't let stuff in the past go. Um, he, she kept away from his father. I know she kept him away. I can understand when he was younger, because hey, that's her baby. She realized she don't know him as well as she thinks she did. She thought she did, but by the time she discovered it, she's just pregnant. Um, but whatever he did, having he didn't really, you know stay is spending any time with his father until like he's about 16, and then that was for about a month, a month each summer. But he loves his mother, respects his mother. I don't know if he feels any way thing one way or another about his father, but he kind of knows that she has an issue with his father, and and she kept him away for that issue. But as far as I could tell, he never disrespected her, never hated her, never was mad at her. I don't know, it's because he have an uncle, but his uncle went through that same thing with his own mother. But he had about 10 years with his father before his parents split up. That's his
Mhm.
uncle. This boy, never really had it. Never spent. What him and his mother were separated before he was born. His mother and his father were broke up before he was born, so he never really spent any time with his father at all until he got to be about 16 or so. Hmm.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
Some people, and we talk, this group that she was wrong, keeping him away from his father, especially
mhm.
if there's nothing that says the father is, a bad father or he would be abusive or anything like that. The reason she kept him away is because she's mad at him for whatever caused the breakup. I don't know, because she don't talk about it. She's one of them. She'll shut down. Hmm. I
Right.
know. All the reason I know this much is from um the family members. Okay, because I had mentioned I was surprised to find out he was spending the summer with his dad. It's like he knows his dad. I said, well, yeah, no, he knows his name, and he's seen a picture of him here and there, and talked to him on the phone, but not really know him. And they were surprised too. You know.
Well,
Uh huh.
can I ask a question on that? Is
Uh huh.
there
Mhm.
okay? So you said she kept him away from his father.
Yeah.
Did the father try to get him or anything?
As far as I know, he tried to, visit him, get visiting rights, have him for the summer, have him for the weekend.
And she just didn't allow it.
In the beginning, it's because he's very young. He's too young. Not my. I'm not like my baby out of my sight. Type thing. But usually, sometimes, about 13, 12, you know, whatever it was, is usually either settled or he's getting older, so now he could better able to protect himself. Give him all kind of uh, you know uh, information tools family connections in wherever state his father lived in or whatever. And
Mhm.
but no, she didn't ease up to 16, and I think was more for him going to school. You know, one of the schools that he possibly that well he later on he won a scholarship to, um that was in his dad's area, and she didn't really know that area that well. And he was like, okay, but I want to spend time with him. I want him to know me. I want him to know his family on this side. And it took the effort of her brother, her father, and a few other relatives to make her let him go. There's a reminder her he's gonna resent you, and stuff like that. He's been a good kid. He's been, you know, you know, he ain't been bucking you. He's listened to you. Do what you said. He's a good kid. You know, he had his uncle because when as his and the men in the church, but about the only sports he was kind of interested in was basketball. So that's his sport. That's his sport thing that he was into. Yeah. And then she ain't on good terms with her dad. So that must have been saying something that she actually listened to her dad.
Wow, man.
hmm Yeah. You know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying on in that instance. Like I said, I would have to. It, I'm like, if the man wasn't abusive and he has no history of abusing, I mean, the only problem he had was with her. I mean, keeping the child from him because you mad at him. That's
hmm
that's that's foul. On the, I can't.
Yeah, but the kid is a good kid.
Right.
He's not subservient to his mom. Although I'm kind of curious about what they mean that their mother have them serve them. I need them to be a little bit more clear about that. Um, yeah. So yeah, he listens to his mom. He's very respectful, helpful, and he even did something that he wasn't really comfortable with, like for Sunday school. He took the boys because our Sunday school teacher wasn't there, so we had a large amount of boys that time, and he took them and he was teaching them the Sunday school lesson. Even though that's not something it's like, does he interested in being a teacher? No, he don't want to do it. He only did it because um there was no teacher, and he figured, okay, I know the lesson, I give it a try. I don't know, maybe his mom might have been encouraging him in that area, but she had him
Hmm.
involved in the quite a bit of things in the church. He was a junior usher. He was oh, he was in the choir when he was little, but as he got older, nope, nope, I'm not gonna stay in the choir, you know Sunday school, of course. He just, and of course, there's the association. He even put up when they changed the year that you had to be 18 was the final year. He said, "What?" He said, "I thought my 17 year was final, and I just be a chaperone for my 18th year." Oh no, it's 18 years. Ah, man.
He wanted to get away from that.
So he was thinking at the most he'll be the chaperone, assistant chaperone, go to the adult classes because he's legally an adult at 18, and he'll be away from the kids. hmm You know,
Yeah.
he put up with my version of
Yeah.
chaperone, where he,
Yeah.
as eldest, had charge of all the boys, and I had them doing a buddy system. And I was like, no, you siblings, y'all need a break from each other because y'all driving each other crazy. Because we had groups of brothers and sisters, and in the cases where the sisters were older, no, y'all need a break. I need you to deal with the little girls. No, your brother gonna be all right. You trust him to be
Yeah.
the big brother for the week. All right, okay, you his big brother for the week, and y'all listen to him like he's your brother and stuff like that. You don't listen. I'm giving him permission to smack you in the back of the head, and I'll take the lick from your mom's. But they're gonna want to know what reason I want to smack y'all in the back of the head. Cause I tell them, could you smack that one in the back of the head for me? He's too far away for me to reach, and he's cutting up. He's like, okay, fat. Hey, what you hit me for? Oh no, that wasn't from me. That was from her. She took. Boy, if you want to cry, da, 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 fussing. Yeah, they become my kids, the ones I fuss at, because I had them all for Sunday school, summer enrichment, vacation Bible school, association. In fact, this surprised the heck out of me when I went to sub at the high school. One of the kids was like, "Hey, we're doing anything for the Bible Olympics?" I was like, "Well, no, haven't done anything since the quarantine." I said, "Well, I'll look into it." I was just surprised. They always act like I'm dragging them or I'm holding them hostage. The only time that they like is, hey, I fight to get them a $10 food limit per day and stuff like that. And I'd be like, look, I don't care if you don't think you're that hungry. Get everything you want that's in the $10 range. Because we want to pay for this once. If you find out you can't eat it all, that's okay. We can save it up. You take it home with you, stick it in the microwave, and eat it later. Okay, but anyway, hey, before we go, Max wanted me to talk about this before we go. Is a story on Ling Ling. Oh, wait a minute. Oh shoot, I'm doing things out of order. I got to do my copyright. Yeah, Ling Ling went wow.
Seems like everybody going wild these days.
Yeah, but we
It's like,
never. This is to
I
a
don't know
whole
what's
nother
going
level.
on now. It's like everybody losing their mind.
Yeah. Well, as some people say, it's the end times. Okay, let's get this out of the way. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, definitely comment. Oh, heck yes, we doing news reporting for the people that don't know. Teaching, I don't know what we're going to be teaching, but we're going to be teaching a new side of Ling Ling. Scholarship or research is not an infringement of copyright. Okay, now that I got that done, let's go see Ling Ling going wow or Ling Ling going crazy. Shucks, I already knew it when I was reading in a Japanese newspaper about the women killing their husbands soon when he retired. Okay, here we go. All right, so it says, let me might as well go big. Uh, uh, yeah, so y'all can see that. All right, can you see that? A resident cut the support ropes for two painters working on the 30th floor of a condominium because she was angry when they appeared outside her window.
God dang.
Uh-huh. So beware, Ling Ling. Okay, let's see. Okay, a woman in Thailand was angry to see workers outside her high-rise home, reporter said. She severed the rope suspending them. Another resident in the building rescued him. Police said the unnamed woman is facing charges of attempted murder. Uh, a woman in Thailand is facing charges for attempted murder after, the ropes of two painters working outside of a high-rise building. This Thai police confirmed the charges against 34-year-old woman to AP News on Wednesday, reporting that the Thai media understood the woman was angry when they appeared outside her room as she wasn't informed the workers would be present. One of the painters told the Thai media they had to lower themselves to the 26th floor from the 32nd to repair a crack in the building. But when they reached the 30th floor, something went wrong. When the man looked down at his rope, he saw someone from the 21st floor had cut it. A third colleague continued to support them from the top floor. Another resident in the building rescued him. I'm not going to try to bother saying that name. AP reported that her British husband saw one of the men signaling for help, at which point she ran through to talk to them. The building management went with workers to report the incident. DNA and fingerprints found on the severed ropes were used to identify the accused. She confessed to the crime, reported AP, stated that she had no intentions to kill the painters when presented with CCTV footage of the event. The police colonel, chief of the police station north of Thai capital, told the AP that the suspect was temporarily released, but an indictment would be filed against her. Ooh, she was released. She would face a prison term to up to 15 years for attempted murder if found guilty.
Wow, damn.
Yeah.
She's like, how dare you come wake me up? Snit. I know how to fix this.
Nobody told me that there was supposed to be some guys painting outside or fixing on the building. I think they're lying. They trying to peep on me. I'm gonna fix them. But Maria, how she's gonna say she wasn't attempted to kill him? You on the they on the 30th floor and of a high rise, and you gonna cut the support rope, and you think you're not intended to kill them? She
Maybe
is
she thought
crazy.
maybe she thought they were gonna fly. Like maybe she was looking at too much anime and
Uh-huh.
thought they'll just run up the wall or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Maybe she been listening too much to R. Kelly. I believe I can fly. So
Oh man.
I believe you can fly. I'm gonna cut the rope so you can fly away. Get away from my window. I know you're trying to peep at me through the doors. So you need to fly. You better learn how to fly. Otherwise you're gonna die.
You think of it? Oh god.
oh,
Man.
it's good I get this out of the system before I see the kids tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm gonna be dealing
Man.
with high schoolers, so Yeah.
Oh, good luck to you.
Actually, they were pretty good. I'm gonna find out if this Tuesday is gonna be a repeat of last Tuesday. Yeah. So, and then I'm related to one. I know the other one, and the rest of them, well, they look vaguely familiar. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Like he thought I didn't recognize him with the mask on. What shits. I was using them to snag other students that were sleeping. I said, look, I don't care if you're sleeping. You did all your work, yeah. But close that computer. Don't sleep on the keys. Put it away. Yeah. I'm the easy sub. You do your work. You keep the noise level down to a whisper, and you don't be jumping around cutting up you can get away with anything. I'd be like, look, try to fool me. If you're gonna listen to music which you're not supposed to be listening to, try to fool me. Put on headphones. If I don't hear the music, I ain't gonna be looking to find out where it's coming from and ready to snatch Chromebooks left and right. Oh yeah, I'll snatch some Chromebooks. I don't care if you had work, should have been doing that work. Yeah. Main thing is to try to keep them out of YouTube. I'll be like, look, stay out of YouTube. You're on the school network. They're gonna see you on it. You're gonna get in trouble. We're all gonna get up in trouble in here. They didn't believe me. I could get in trouble until the principal was like, come here for a minute. Oh, and I didn't get in trouble for the thing that should have got me in trouble. Because the principal didn't see that and the kids for some reason ain't telling on me. They think it's hilarious if especially the boys, if I smack them in the butt with a book, a stack of papers, because I'm passing out paper and I smack them and stuff like that, they they put up with it. Be like, you can't do that. Okay, go ahead, tell me. I want you to tell. Please, I'm begging you to tell. Tell your mama, please, so I can tell her why I smack you on the butt, or why I smack you in the head, or why I smack you in the arm, or why I just smack you. Period. They be looking at me like you're crazy. I'm not suicidal. I'd be like, please. Say, well, what happened if I tell her? What's that be happening is I won't be yourself anymore. They take me away from y'all. Like that's gonna be a real hardship. Yes, take me away. Yes, I beat their behinds and stuff like that. Yeah, I keep threatening to get a switch off the switch bush and bring it with me to school. I say, oh y'all lucky. Those bushes that make great switches, they're all gone. But I managed to locate one. The next time I come, I'm bringing it. I'm bringing a switch off that tree. Well, actually, it's a bush, but if they get big enough and old enough, they become like little trees. Yeah, and the one I'm thinking of got some pretty pink flowers. When they go and bloom. But after that, after they bloom them pink flowers, there's nothing but switches for days. And no, I do not send kids to go pull a switch off the switch bush. I don't trust them to choose a proper switch. No, I want a real switch. So if I'm gonna switch you behind, you gonna feel it. Okay, I actually did tell a story, bro. Speak. How did you like your bedtime story?
Very nice. very, very crazy. Between lean, cut people's ropes
Oh yeah,
for
but
their to their death. Between you wanting to whip these little kids, I mean, yeah, I think I'm good at this point.
yeah, let's see, like okay, the last time my uncle's Japanese wife came down, she brought a Japanese English newspaper. That means it's a Japanese paper, but it's in English. So I'm reading it. So I'm curious, So imagine my surprise. I'm hearing about uh such and such house where murder her husband. She poisoned him. And she was taken when she was arrested by police, she was taken out. I couldn't take it anymore. He's driving me crazy. Then they went into apparently this was like the third housewife that had killed her husband. Turns out what it is, for years, these men work in business. They work, they work all the time. And they're not home, often. And most of the time they come home, eat, sleep, maybe get a little sex and eat, maybe get a little sex, go to sleep. So they're not there with the wife, which is the housewife. She's there. But when they retire, they're all of a sudden there. And then they
Right.
following the wife around, they critiquing her housekeeper, critiquing her cooking, critiquing this and that. In fact, there was one that where she stabbed her husband with a knife. She didn't poison him. The others were poisoned. She stabbed him. What was it he was doing? He was criticizing her cleaning, and he kept comparing her cooking to his mother and stuff like that. instead to his mother, said, my mother always put a little this or a little that, or while she's trying to cook, and it was the final straw, and she grabbed the knife and tee, 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 tee. She did a psycho on him. And she was still screaming and fussing when the police came and got her. Cause the neighbors heard her killing them, his screaming, her screaming. I was like, what?
Wow.
I was like, so I'm like, isn't your dad retiring this year? So yeah, uh, does your mom look like she wants to kill your dad lately? She said, yes, she has, and stuff like that. And I talked to dad and stuff like that. But luckily, her dad, he was he got he made quite a decent amount of money. He still had consultation. He spent a lot of his time golfing and hanging out with his buddies and driving his cars and go and do something. So he's not in the house all the time, but
Right.
he does drive. He's there enough to drive her crazy, make her mad at him, but not crazy enough where she wants to poison him or stab him.
Wow.
Mhm. I'm
Damn.
like,
That's like that's what I was saying. Like, man, that's what I was saying. Like, some of these dudes be talking about these white women. I like y'all don't look at forensic files, do y'all? Because if you looked at that, you'd be like, you want at least black women are up front. The most they'll do is probably send some other dudes or family member to come get you.
Mhm.
Man, these women will poison you. You won't even see it coming.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, yeah.
And you
I'm
really
like,
working on it. I
and
was
then I hear this.
watching one. There's some on YouTube. I can't remember the name of it. I wandered into it by accident. There's this Asian woman. I don't remember. I think she's. I don't know if she's Thailand or Filipino. She's one of them,
Hmm.
and she's married to this white dude. And every time he pisses her off, she kicks up her slipper and throws it at him, and she throws it hard. I don't know what these slippers are made of, but they'd be hurting. I can feel it through the sound. And she be telling them off, and she be looking psycho, and she be like, "You wants to die? You keep talking like that. You gonna be dead today." And I was like, and this is what they say is a submissive woman. I was like, they ain't mad her. Oh, and the more interesting thing, the last one I was watching. Okay, he did something that was a big no. I don't know what he did. Something, and her father saw it. I don't mean cheating on her. No, she gonna kill him if he cheats on her. But no, but it was something that that was a big no. And so her father, instead of talking to him about, that's no, you don't do that kind of stuff, it's nasty, whatever it was, he talks to her to talk to him. I was like, whoa, that's interesting. And and said, well, your dad was right there the entire, this whole time. Why didn't he tell me? And her father answered, because you're not man enough for me to talk to you. So since you ain't a man, I'm talking to my daughter to talk to you as woman to woman. I was like, whoa. So I was like, oh my goodness. And I was like, oh yeah. I've seen it a few other times, in other people. And I, wondered about that. If they don't see you as a man, they gonna talk to you. They gonna talk to her so she can talk to you because you brought this idiot into our family.
Damn. You
And you
fucking.
see, and they like white, so you can imagine they giving him a hard time. He's white, what they're gonna do to you as a black man, because not all Asians group. Well, actually, quite a few of them don't respect black men, or they see black men as an individual. You know, as a group, they don't respect black men.
Right. Yeah.
But they might respect an individual here and there, but as a whole, no.
Yeah. Even if you, as an individual, you got to go through a lot of hoops to
Mm-hmm.
go to get that respect. And, you know.
You could be, well, yeah. Well, somebody told me something interesting that I didn't know, but I think my uncle earned um his wife's father's respect. I didn't pick up on it, and I didn't pay it any mind. When they got married, she had did she first for the first year she had her name. Then it became a hyphen. I just figured it was just taking time for her to do the paperwork to change it over. And then it was hyphenated. She was her married name and then my uncle last name. Then it went to Japan. He went to Japan. Officially met her father besides a phone call and all kind of stuff. Um, when he came back, she was fully Frank. It wasn't no hyphenated stuff like that. And somebody told me, oh, well, then she was trying to do something because she got to have her father's permission, before, she takes, if the family don't respect the husband, she's not allowed to take her husband's name.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And I was like, what? I said, oh, that was what was going on. My uncle, as far as I know, didn't know any better. He just went there, been himself. Her father loves him, keeps trying to buy him all kind of gifts. In fact, I think it's still there. There's a certain brand of really expensive car that he got my uncle, but it's too expensive to ship to America, so he kept it in Japan. So whenever my uncle comes down to Japan, his car is there. Um, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, and I didn't pick until they told me that I didn't pick up on it. So when he went there, he was himself as far as I know. I never known him not to be himself,
Yeah.
and they liked him. They approve of him. Oh yeah, he'd be trying to give my uncle stock and stuff like that. He said, no, 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 no. I don't want you buying me stock. Give me stock tips. What you think of this stock? I said, I got stock in this, I got stock in that, and this, and what do you think? I'll let you look over my portfolio and give advice, but no, no, no buying me stock. Say that for your daughter, you know. I was like, you turning down stock? He said, he said, mine is a modest portfolio. This man is into some serious stock, stuff. No, 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 no. He said that'll make me a nervous wreck. He said, He said mine is modest because I can handle it and I know my stock and I know when it's good and when it's bad. Now he's into stock and things I ain't even heard of. High risk stock. He said, oh no, no, no. I ain't making me a nervous wreck. You know, I was like, okay, most people don't turn that down. Yeah. He said, you know, I turned it down respectfully, but I wanted his advice on my stock and what he thought of it and stuff like that, and what he thinks, which direction he thinks is going, and you know, if what level would be a good point to sell it if if it, should sell it before it gets too low and all that other stuff, and we talk a little business, but no, 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 no. Yeah. So anyway, that was just an interesting fact that I found out later that it didn't know, but it answered, a question that I always wondered about why it took her so long to change her from her maiden name to her married name. It did, But hey, I figured that was none of my business. But I
Yeah.
did ask her, I said, I thought you're very traditional. You don't really marry outside of, your group and stuff like that. And what made you choose my uncle and stuff like that? What did you see in him? And she said a lot of good things. She wasn't like you hear these white women. Oh, he got a nice body, you know. He got a big private part. Oh, not that I want to hear all that anyhow, but I've had women tell me that about relatives. I don't want to know that. Hey, I'm related to them. I gotta see them. No, no, no. Stop that. All of, physical, oh, he's a good dancer. None of that. She told me that, he's a good man. Uh, he takes care of his money. He's, you know, you know, see, I'm trying to remember all the stuff she was telling me, but it wasn't about physicality. It wasn't about, how he look, how he moves. It was about everything that's, make up the man, He's a hard worker. Um, he's a good man. He's good with children, cause she's seen him with his nieces and nephew, and with her nephews. So he'd be a good father. And all kind of other stuff, and and she named all kind of good things. I was like, okay. I said, okay. What about how he looks? He looks good to me. That's all she was saying. You look good to me. Or, because, not everybody is going to find him attractive,
Right.
I ain't saying he's ugly. He's not ugly. It's just that, I figure different ethnicity, they're not going to see all those features the same way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
Uh-uh.
that's a good thing. Well, like I said,
And then it was a good thing, I think, is that they were friends. They
that's
they were
probably
involved with other people when they met. And okay, we have a cousin that teach English as a second language, and she specialized in Asian groups because she knows speak Japanese. She learns some Chinese, uh, and she travels a lot in stuff like that. So she continued English as a second language as a second job. Um, when she came back stateside, she lived in Japan for a while. And okay, so she was showing them around. She was showing them around and helping them, you know, um, find different jobs or look for an apartment and stuff like that. And she was more familiar, but he had to come meet her at her job. So the students start asking about the slang, slang, and it didn't know what it was mean, and said, well, hey, here's my little cousin. you know Technically she ain't his cousin, but hey, we don't pay any time. Okay, he knows more about this, and they talked to him about rap and all this other stuff. And that's how he met her. He was dating someone, she was dating someone. In fact, he was living with someone, which we found out later. It's like, hey, but and they were just friends, you know, you know. I was like, well, when did y'all progress from friends to I want to marry this woman? hmm
yeah. That's
Uh, uh,
usually how that goes. Meet
hmm
somebody through friends and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
that's a good thing. And
And since
and
he never traveled, the most he traveled outside the state was like somewhere in Mexico, something like that. Never,
hmm
you know, but so he's curious. Well, so am I. So the curiosity. So what's it like in Japan? And what is this is stereotype or this is real? And blah blah blah. All them questions you ever have. You meet somebody from Japan, you want to ask them what is real, what is not, what is like there, and stuff like that. Because I know when I met her, I'm looking at her. And I'm listening to her arguing with my uncle, and I'm like, and I had to ask. I said, excuse me, just out of curiosity, you kind of messing with a stereotype. I want to know how real is that? Okay, the world thinks that Asian women, especially Japanese women, are submissive and meek. You ain't submissive or meek. Why is that? did my uncle find the only unsubmissive, least meek woman, Japanese woman in the country? Or did you change as you lived and worked in the United States? And she said, "Well, that is a stereotype and stuff like that. Some women are quiet. Some of us are a little quieter. Some of the women are a little shyer. That's their nature, and it's mistaken for meek or being submissive, or we're being nice or being polite. So it's seen as being submissive." They said, "No, no, no, not all of us are, like that. You know, but there is a little. There could be a little confusion with those who are of a quieter nature and those who are being polite, to being submissive and meek and all that other stuff." She said, "But I ain't one of them." I said, "Yeah, I know that. I'm noticing that." They said, "Are you disappointed?" I said, "Well, no, but it's just a little surprising." And then that she eats more than I do. She looks like a little bird of a woman. And she eats like most people think I eat. She loves Popeye chicken. Excuse me. But only Popeye chicken in Louisiana.
Yeah, I think like the movies. I think movies and anime really kind of put that out there that these women are submissive, and yeah. So it's
Yeah.
it's it's not so much, that's really how you know we're introduced to Japanese culture through movies and anime, and so we looking at that, and
Yeah.
we're comparing it to real life, and
Yeah.
not really the case.
Yeah.
I I knew this one. I know actually a couple Asian ladies. One I knew from the job. The other one I knew from my ex wife was doing like artwork. She worked at a um, art museum. So yeah, a lot those two are not submissive in any
Yeah.
sense of the word.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I've dealt with mostly Asian women, and the only Asian boy I've dealt with, he's only half Asian. He's Chinese and white. Ugh. And so I'm like, nah, nah, nah. I need to speak to Asian boy or Asian man to see what it's like. And for some reason, it's just realized that I don't consider, okay. There's a convenience store. Well, I guess you would call it a bodega type store, where there's some I guess they Chinese or Vietnamese or one of them Asian groups, and the other one on a little restaurant that a lady that I was sitting like to go to, but he was flirting with me, so yeah, 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 he flirted with me and give me extra food. I was like, "Are you trying to fatten me up?" No, no, I like a woman who enjoy her food. Okay. You do know you're not gonna be able to get with me, right? Oh, no, no, just conversation, a little flirting. Yeah, I know, I know. I was like, okay. But hey, I did get extra food. How'd I know? I seen the difference in the plate when somebody else went to go pick up food um, for Miss Edith, and when I go to go pick up food for Miss Edith. Oh, or when I go get food from just eat it over there. Yeah, because I was always getting the shrimp salad, trying to watch what I eat. Not to mention my great aunt, the voice keeps strumming in my head. Don't eat anything but the seafood. You know what kind of meat you can't disguise seafood. Well, in other words, yeah. So, and they never have enough shrimp in the shrimp fried rice.
Yeah.
Chinese people, well, Asian people are stingy with shrimps. Anytime you see some big shrimps or a lot of shrimp and shrimp fried rice, trust me, that was not no Asian people cooking it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that kind of experience when I went back in college. We used to go to this Asian shop. You know, that was all like we would go there before we go to the club. And so they were real stingy with the shrimp. But I usually got with the pepper chicken and broccoli. That's what I usually got. You know, I remember. I know me and my wife went to this one place, and it looked real expensive. And we looked at the menu, and it was like, yeah, they are they offering turtle? Like, I was like, what kind of place did we get into? Like we had to leave. It was like, no, we can't eat here. I'm looking at this menu. I don't know what I can eat. Can't, I can't do it.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, I just stuck with Timmy Chan's mainly until I moved. So I don't.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But anyway, let me go ahead and I'll let you go.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let me shut it down. Call it
Yeah,
a night. Okay. I don't want to be grouchy for the kids in the morning. All right. Ha 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 ha. Ha.
poor, poor kids.
They're gonna be all right. They're gonna be all right.
Yeah. All right, then.
It's
You
more
have a
like
good
poor
one.
me. It's usually poor me, not poor kids. It's
Oh,
like, yeah.
yeah.
When they jack my blood pressure up and I be ready to choke them or curse them out, that's what it is. I need a break from them. Then
Yeah.
they don't see me for a few days. Or I go to a whole nother school. Say, I need to calm down from them. All right. So peace, power, and unity, everybody.
Peace,
Thanks for
power, unity,
sticking.
y'all.
All right.